Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting of the Board of Education to order. We do not have public comment tonight. We will break into it. I move to approve the minutes from the instructional group meeting dated January 5th, 2026.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Mosner-Theltham. Claire, your advisory vote?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0.
No,
I'm sorry.
I voted too.
I'm sorry. Is Board Member Castro? Okay, so it's 6-0. Okay.
Oh, and I voted. I don't know if you heard me.
Yep, I heard you.
I heard you, Board Member Vandermillen. Thank you for making sure we're reported accurately. All right. We have 3 areas we're covering tonight. So we're going to have a conversation about early learning updates. We're going to have a conversation about K-8 math materials and recommendations. And we're also going to talk about policy 4510, anti-bullying, and it'll be our second read. All of these areas have implications in terms of upcoming votes the board will participate in, as well as real budgetary implications. I am going to ask board members, particularly in relationship to the K-8 math materials recommendation and the 4510, to frame their questions, comments, and observations in ways that allow our administration to understand how you're voting and what you need to be able to vote in the way that most makes sense to you. So without further delay, I want to jump right into our conversation about early learning.
Thank you, Chair Muldrow, President Nichols, members of the board. As demonstrated by the number of colleagues joining us tonight, we've got a lot to get through and a lot of really hard work has been put into our early learning work. Certainly our math K-8 policy or curriculum adopted, and then our anti-bullying policy is always at the forefront of work communities. So I look forward to sharing with you tonight and engaging in great dialogue with you and for your support and direction. With that, I'll turn it over to Cindy to get us started tonight.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gothard. Thank you, Chair Muldrow. Thank you, Jesse. Could you go to the next slide, please? Making sure that we ground in our new mission as a school district. MMSD creates safe and inclusive schools, delivers high quality instruction, strengthens positive relationships, partners with families and the community to achieve student self-determination and educational excellence. Next slide, please. And our vision to ensure that we as an MMSD learning community value all students, challenged and supported to be inspired to reach their next slide, please. And our new guiding commitments, ensuring that we're leading with equity, fostering belonging, delivering meaningful learning, improving with purpose, and embracing our collective impact. And I think you will see how our guiding commitments show up in each one of our presentations tonight. Next slide, please. A reminder that these are our current district improvement goals. We've been toggling between future performance objectives and our current performance objectives. So just as a reminder, by 2027, ensuring that all children are on track to graduate college, career, community ready. The district and every school in it is a place where children, staff, and families thrive, and African-American children and youth excel in school. And hoping to meet all of these performance objectives and our targets by 2020. Next slide, please. So as Chair Muldrow alluded to, we have multiple presentations tonight. Each one of these presentations is going to require action from the board at some time. Our first presentation is on early learning and intended to understand our early learning system, including 4K. And we're really excited to talk about play and learn tonight, which we haven't talked about a lot at the board level in the past, how that advances high quality learning experiences for our young children, understanding how early learning, play and learn work together to build strong foundations, deepen our family partnerships, support inclusion, and promote positive equitable outcomes as children transition into school. For this presentation tonight, the ask of the board or the board will show up in our FY27 budget. So while again, tonight is no action, but we're building some of the information that you need for FY27 budget planning. The second presentation we have tonight is on the recommendation that many of these amazing people behind me worked on when they did a math material RFP. And tonight they're going to share what their recommendation is. This will require action at the end of this month at the monthly board meeting. And so hopefully tonight provides the board with enough information to make an informed decision at the end of the month, at the February monthly. The third action for tonight is related, as Chair Muldrow indicated, which is around our anti-bullying policy. Tonight will be the second repeat, and so the action related to that will be the board to approve it later this month. Next slide, please. So I really want to take an opportunity. Many of you know Colleen Wattoon, who is our Director of Early Learning, but I'm excited to introduce Andrea Bertoni, who is our Assistant Director for Early Learning. And I'm not sure that she has been in front of the board before, so we're excited to have her here and share about the work related to early learning. So with that, I'll pass it over to Colleen.
So just wanted to give a quick overview of the Department of Early Learning, the different areas that our department touches, 4K in-school sites and our early care and education sites, as well as early entrance, community collaborations, and then our Play and Learn programming. And I'm going to let Andrea talk a little bit more about our Play and Learn programming, as she's the director of Play and Learn.
Play and Learn is a parent and caregiver education program that is for families who reside in Madison School District and have children that are birth to 5 years of age and are not enrolled in a program that is run by MMSD. We have 4 main goals for the program, and it's really centered around empowering families and building their self-efficacy so that they feel like they can make decisions for their families. So strengthening caregivers' knowledge and confidence of child development, increasing caregivers' access to materials and ideas of how they can play at home, promoting community and connection to our district. It's the first opportunity that many families have with MMSD. And then we also provide a means for child find, identification of children who might have disabilities. What you see here is a map of Madison, and the red dots are where the community sites where we have Play and Learn. We have 20 sessions offered across 5 days a week. When families enroll, they bring their children to 1 2-hour session. And so these are the sites that we partner with across our. For the 24-25 school year, we served, or 352 children were enrolled in our programs. And as you can see, most of the children were 2 or 3 years of age. We did have a handful of children who were 5 who did not enroll in MMSD 5K or 4K, but can still interface with MMSD through Play and Learn. This is a slide that shows the demographics for the 24-25 school year and is the child participants as reported by their families. We consider Play and Learn an inclusive community location. We work with our special ed department to support children who have IEPs, individualized education programs, to receive services while they're at our sessions. We also we partner with birth to 3 services. So our children who are under 3 years of age, 21 last year, were supported in our programs. And then we also had 8 children who were supported by the RISE Parent Child Plus program at Play and Learn.
And the RISE Parent Child Plus program is a home visiting program within the community as well.
We believe that Play and Learn is considered an introduction to MMSD. And so we really focused on identifying this last school year, the 4 essential components that is going to happen during that 2-hour period. We have a visual schedule that outlines what the schedule is for the day for our families, but we focus on child-led play the first hour. Then it also, after that, we focus on parent education, literacy time, and circle time. I wanted to read a quote from a family. So at the end of the school year last year, we had parent feedback. And I wanted to share what two parents said. One shared, my daughter has been more interested in books. Even though she sees me reading my own books, we sit down to read together and books are in her play space. She wasn't really interested in books until this year. She can talk about a book we read a week ago and tell me the premise and characters. And another family shared that their child was more into playing with others versus engaging in parallel play. They now recognized emotions in themselves and in others. They were more empathetic and they were better with limits and transitions. What are our next steps with Play and Learn? Like I just mentioned, we've spent the last year trying to ensure consistency across our sites. We use a curriculum called Parents as Teachers. It's actually a home visiting program that we are adapting and creating unit plans that we are then, through professional development and learning, working with our current leaders in order to make sure that we're systematically addressing and utilizing that curriculum to the fullest extent possible. And we're also clarifying expectations and procedures within our program so that we are in a position where we could grow if we wanted to in the future.
So this year, we actually expanded our Play and Learn program. We added some additional sessions to our Play and Learn programs in order to increase up to the 20 sessions. Again, we're continually centering our efforts on trying to bring this program to as many families as we possibly can. Play and Learn is a long-standing program within the community of Madison. It's actually one of the reasons why I came to Madison. I came to Madison because of the Play and Learn program when I was a director of early learning in Racine, and I wanted to see like what quality interaction looked like before in that birth to 3 range from a school district. And I fell in love with the program, and our families fall in love with this program as well. And so we want to make sure that we're trying to bring this program to as many families as we possibly can. So we're continuing talks and conversations. We added the increase of the number of sessions by tweaking our schedule and looking at our different locations. That's why we were able to add additional programming cost neutral for this school year. But we're going to continue our efforts, continuing to try to think of ways that we can bring this program to families. This is one of our parent education programs for families that really empowers families to build connections with the school district to enroll, and then as well as learn about child development from prenatal all the way through 3. We know early learning doesn't start at 4K. It starts way before that. So we have many families who have prenatal who are getting services and through Play and Learn all the way through age 5. So just a great program. So next slide. I also wanted to talk a little bit about our inclusive opportunities for early learning programs or early learning students throughout the community. And we have early learning sessions. There's 3 classrooms that are offered district-wide. We offer 36 spaces in order to provide special education services for 3-year-olds in our buildings, as well as having a peer mentor program, because we know that children really learn from other children the best. So really making sure that we have a place for kids to be able to see those typically developing peers and being able to interact with them. We service children birth to 5 within our community. So birth to 3 oftentimes services children with special education needs through their program. When they turn 3, then they come to the school district. And then the school district tries to make sure that we're in the natural environment of the home, preschool, or daycare. And so depending on what is the best fit for each child is going to depend on what program or placement, and each IEP team determines those placements. So just wanted to share a little bit about our special education information that we have for our early learning programs as well. Next slide. So this is kind of a breakdown of those natural environment placements. So you can kind of see like the difference between where children are serviced throughout our community. Next slide. We also have a phonology classroom, and this phonology classroom specifically focuses on children with significant speech impairments, and they do specific intelligibility activities with children in order to focus on those specific speech sound phonological patterns. Next slide. I just wanted to kick us off from the 4K portion with a little video that we created just this year at Albion Elementary School.
Welcome to MMSD's 4K program.
"4K education really gives kids a strong foundation for school by helping them in key areas like early literacy, math, self-help skills, and social emotional skills.
In MMSD, we offer high-quality early learning programs. We offer 437 hours of instruction that is free of charge to families.
My baby can write her name, and it only been a few months since school have started, so I'm really excited about this.
4K and MMSD is play-based, which I love.
What is your favorite part of school?
Recess.
But also, I think outside of just the play-based, we provide structure that I think kids truly do need and thrive on.
Because we do learning and have snack and fun things.
My favorite part of the day would be our center time, because it's really when the kids get to interact a lot with each other. They get to problem solve.
It's helped my children a lot because my child has learning disabilities. He needed to be in a safe space that was supportive and that he would be able to play and learn at his level. It's a great place to bring your kids, and I absolutely recommend it.
4K is great. MMSD is great. Send your kids. And if you have any questions, we're always here to answer them.
So I just wanted to share that little video. It's so cute. And we did a big move to Albion Elementary School this year, where we ended up moving the students from Kennedy over to Albion. So we have 7 classrooms of 4K at Albion, approximately 120 students. And so we have 6 full-day classrooms there and then 2 half-day classrooms there. And they're just doing wonderful things. Like the staff and families that are there, they're just, it's an awesome program. So I did want to share a little bit about our gold scores. So we have academic through progress monitoring. We use our gold assessment, which is a child development assessment that looks at where children are. And there's actually a kindergarten readiness measure that we look at the end of the year when we try to continue to grow our scores throughout the year. We've done our Madison Education Partnership. We've done quite a few different evaluations through them, and we've shared that information previously with you, that we know that 4K students make great gains in literacy, math, and social development. But this was last year's cohort of students. And so this is where you can see where students are coming into the district. And the yellow sections are the students who have already accomplished kindergarten readiness. So for example, 25% have kindergarten readiness skills when they start the 4K year, 75% do not. And as you look, you continue to see each subject area where in math, only 9% of students actually come to us with the skills that are needed for kindergarten. 91% of students do not have kindergarten readiness skills at the math level. Next slide. We can actually see the growth of the 4K program from the beginning of the year to the end of the school year, and they make huge growth throughout that year in all category areas. And so again, you see the percentage of growth here from the fall to the spring. So as we're continuing to grow our 4K program, we're also listening to children and families about what they like about our program. We are continually getting a pulse on what families are asking for through different surveys and information that we're getting. A lot of families are talking about 5-day 4K options or some kind of option for wraparound care. If any of you have ever tried to enroll in 4K MMSD programs, there are a ton of options and it's difficult to find childcare. Childcare is hard in order to make sure that we're having that consistent wraparound option. So our team is really focusing on that this year, along with our enrollment focus strategy and team that we have focusing on how do we increase our enrollment in MMSD. 4K is a key part of that, and our wraparound programs and our childcare programs are a huge portion of that. We also want to make sure that we have those inclusive settings where all children can be successful in early learning and really build that strong family communication and partnership. We oftentimes, as a school district, we begin very intensive with our community family partnerships, and we want to continue to grow those all the way through our elementary, middle, and high school. Because we know that the more active families are with the school district, the better off it is for their children. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Cindy to talk a little bit more about our enrollment strategy data.
I'm really excited to talk to you about the next two slides. It's new data that I think we have not yet presented to the board. And when we think about our overall building for the future plan, and a part of that being our enrollment strategy, we're learning a lot about where we have opportunity in MMSD, where the board has already made significant investments, and where we can continue to think about future investments. So I'm going to just orient you to the graphs that you have in front of you. So on the left-hand side, you will see 5 years worth of our enrollment data as of third Friday. So we use third Friday as our moment in time, and you will see going back to 21-22 all the way through third Friday of this school year. And you will notice that our enrollment fluctuates a little, but we have been pretty stable at about 1,400 students over the last 5 years enrolling in our 4K programs. What you will also know is that you probably have heard this, but birth rates over the last 5 years and continuing are going down. So less students available to enter into 4K. But what you will see that over on the right-hand side shows what we call as our capture rates. So the percentage of students that are within the MMSD attendance areas, that number of students, remember that includes spanning into Fitchburg, spanning into Verona, based on how our attendance areas operate. If we start with 21-22, of all of the students that were eligible to attend 4K, right? We count students as to when they were born, and assuming that they're still with us in 4K, 43% of the students that are within our attendance areas were with MMSD for 4K. So we captured 43% of the 4K students. What you will notice is that we're starting to have incremental gains and small movement where we're capturing more 4K students that are in our attendance areas, all the way up to this year, 47% of all eligible 4K students in our attendance areas were captured and attending MMSD. While I say we have opportunity, and I'll talk a little more about that on the next slide, the opportunity is we have many more students to capture to come to MMSD for free 4K, both through our early child care sites as well as our actual school sites. So we have a lot more students to capture. We're doing Good movement, but a lot more to go. And I'll tell you why it's really important for us to capture more of these students. Next slide, please, Jesse. So I'm gonna orient you to the graphs and then I'll talk about the graphs. So on the right hand, no, just kidding. The left-hand side, I don't know my right one. On the left-hand side, you will see in the light blue, kind of that aqua turquoise color, those are the number of students that attended MMSD in 4K and also attended in kindergarten. So of the students, 1,826, when they were in kindergarten, 1,078 of them attended 4K. So a good percentage of them attended 4K. Are we following so far? Okay, I just saw you, I wasn't sure by you, okay. So a little over 1,000 of the students had attended 4K. And as you see, as we go across the years, we're growing the number of students that stay with us for kindergarten, but attended 4K for us. So that's the difference between the dark blue, they were not with us for 4K, the turquoise is they were with us. But let me talk about the right-hand side of where the real opportunity is for us as a district. We are seeing about an 80% persistent rate of students that attend 4K that choose to stay with us for kindergarten. So of all of the students we enroll in 4K, 80% of those students are staying with us and choosing MMSD for kindergarten. Whereas all other students that are attending, only about 60% of those students persist and enroll in kindergarten. So if we can get our students in MMSD for 4K for free, we can grow the number of students, capture rates at a higher percent, more than 47%. We have a really strong chance that they stay with us for kindergarten. And we know the majority of students, if they stay with us for kindergarten, they persist through K-12 schooling as part of where we see opportunity for increasing enrollment in state. So again, capture rates matter if we can get more kids in. So the investments that the board has made to date has helped with this 80% persistent rate. Opportunity to continue to think about both kindergarten enrollment and kindergarten recruitment, as well as 4K when we're thinking about our enrollment strategy, when we're thinking about increasing enrollment in MMSD and keeping children in MMSD. I'll turn it back to you, Colleen, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Okay. So this current school year, we did an expansion at Olson. We did a pilot program at Olson to focus on 5 days per week in order to look and see what that would take in order to have a program 5 full days per week. We are going to continue working with Olson. There were some really great things. Families are requesting the program. They are loving the 5 days per week. Teachers and students are finding consistency with that typical schedule with the rest of the school. There are challenges though with having 4-year-olds, going to specialists, especially at the beginning of the year. So Olson is actually, they have gotten through this first year and they have met with their teams of teachers and specialists in order to kind of create a plan for continuing that 5-day pilot in order to fix some of the issues and the problems that we had occur throughout the year. So again, trying to fine tune this pilot and this idea of what is 5-day programming for 4-year-olds, and what does that look like in a developmentally appropriate way. And so the principal and the teachers are working to ensure that those 4K have access to specialists. We're also looking at Some other ideas on how do we provide specialists without 4-year-olds leaving the classroom, and how do we maybe bring specialists into the classroom. And so we're working on a couple different options of trying to see like what works best for 4-year-olds and being able to provide that 5-day per week, as well as ensuring 4K teachers have an adequate amount of planning and prep time throughout the schedule as well. So you can only have a 4-year-old in a specialist class for so long before they're not going to pay attention to the art teacher. So like you can't have them going for long periods. So we have to figure out like what is the right amount of instruction and what does that instruction look like, you know, and how can we engage students in that as well. So we really want to make sure that, you know, as we're expanding, before we expand district-wide, that we really know what we need to problem solve and troubleshoot before we go district-wide with it. But we are looking at a couple different opportunities in order to do that expansion, in order to really make sure that we are finding out what's going to work best for our 4-year-olds. Next slide. We're also going to pilot some wraparound care models, and we're working with our community partners who are already currently providing wrap care in our programs in order to see like how can we provide 4K Monday care, how can we provide the after school care, and how can we provide that 4K wrap care for the other half of a 4K day? And are there ways that we can provide that without doing the full day 4K? And is there a way that we can combine and unite with some state funding models in order to create a full day option for families and work with our community partners as well? So we are working with the city of Madison and our after school partners in order to look at some different funding strategies and some different funding models for pilots for next school year as well, to be able to provide some Monday care, after school care, and 4K wrap care. Okay, next slide. I just wanted to share a little bit about our proposed expansion. Again, this would be how many programs and sites we have this year versus how many we would have next year. Trying to expand full day 4K as much as we possibly can district-wide, not only in our school sites, but also our community sites, because our community site partners, they have that ability to provide that Monday care and wrap care already. So how can we, you know, advance those locations and placements across the district so families can choose them? Working deliberately with our Head Start sites and focusing in on increasing programs throughout. You can kind of see, I wanted to make sure I showed the number of full day and half day programs for the last 3 years. So you can actually see how we've progressed at the beginning and how our actual half day programs are actually decreasing as our full day programs are increasing throughout the community. So a lot of that is the investment. This year's investment in full day programming included an additional bilingual program at Stevens. So we added an additional bilingual program there. It also included adding full day 4K sites at schools on the west side of town as well. So next slide.
So Chair Muldrow, I will turn it back to you to have a discussion with the board or any questions that the board has.
Thank you so much. Before board members ask their questions, I just want to remind board members that I am hoping this evening we can establish questions that help board members to vote on the expansion of 4K in a variety of ways. Also help board members to discuss or vote on the allocation related to full day 4K and 4K in general across the district. Board member Vandermeer, your hands up.
Yes, I have a bunch of questions. Appreciate the presentation. Glad individuals with disabilities were mentioned. The problem being is the data wasn't disaggregated. The data on performance wasn't disaggregated. The data on kindergarten readiness wasn't disaggregated by race or disability, which does worry me that I would like to see those numbers. I like the play and learn concept. Do not get me wrong, but I want to know how much are we spending in proportion to the number of students we have? I didn't see that in the slides, and I think that would be very helpful. And also, what are the achievement numbers for kids in play and learn? How do we do that? Can we do that? Is that measurable? I don't know, and I've been very curious on that. Finally, my last comment is we have 54% growth according to the last slide. And that's not bad, but I'm wondering if we should focus on maybe getting a higher number before rolling out a full expansion. I'm not commenting either way on how I vote. I consider that personal and private, but at the same point, I am curious on how we are deciding what size we want it to be. Thank you. I really appreciate the time.
Thank you, Board Member Vandermillion. You started at 5:34 and you ended at 5:36. Are you hoping for a response in relationship to play and learn data and achievement? Are you hoping for a response in relationship to why data wasn't disaggregated in terms of race and disability?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I can talk a little bit about the overall. Again, I was just sharing overall measurements. I can definitely break that down for you for last year's scores in order to share race and specific disability information. I was just sharing overall program information. And for Play and Learn is a parent education program. It's not a child-specific program. So we really go off of the surveys and the information that we're sharing with families. We're empowering families to learn more about child development. We're helping them, assist them with screening, and just getting them the information that they're interested in. So our programs are very individualized depending on each of our sessions and what our families are interested in learning about. So although the children are there and it's a great early learning environment and preschool program, we're not necessarily assessing the children in the program. We're providing family engagement opportunities, which we know that when we provide family engagement opportunities, that helps assist in child development.
The reason why I said it is because I saw the kindergarten readiness, so I thought we were measuring it. I'm sorry if I was incorrect.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay. So the kindergarten readiness measurement was a gold measurement, and that is it's a snapshot peak of overall development for the whole group from the beginning to the end of the year.
Board Member Vandermeulen, I just want to clarify, the kindergarten readiness is for our 4K programming versus the Play and Learn is really the adult-centered, and the surveys from adults are how we measure kind of their success and their needs. So just
That helps. Thank you.
Sure.
Great.
I do. Can I ask one on the one question that wasn't answered is how much we spend in proportion to the number of our students? I didn't get that.
I don't have that figure off the top of my head, but I can definitely get that for you.
Thank you.
That would be really helpful because before I could even consider a switch, I need to know how much we're spending in this budget area. Thank you.
Just to clarify, we're not expanding there will not be a financial component or expansion to Play and Learn. The Play and Learn information was just wanted to share with you our program on family engagement.
Thank you, Board Member Vandermillion. You started at 5:34. It is now 5:39. Board Member Saravo.
Thank you, Chair Maltram. I like early learning a lot. We utilized it from 3K on up. So I feel like we just really have to dive into all the different intricacies, the value and starting early. So I'm very supportive of programs that start us in that good. How do we learn space and doing it from a very hands-on approach? I like the family piece too. I guess I was wondering like how in the play and learn, how do you connect with families? What does that look like?
How we advertise to families or?
Like it's about, you said it was more about connecting with the families and the caregivers as opposed to focusing on the student. How do you make those?
We have fabulous play and learn leaders that like they make those personal connections with families, and it's conversations. It's individualized working with providing an environment and a setup for families to engage in, but then really them moving around the classroom and really talking and having, conversations and then getting resources. We have the parents as teachers curriculum. So when a family is looking for help or information on a specific topic, our play and learn leaders can go back and they can find resources for the family, or they make other connections within the community. And that's really how we build that connection. It is really the play and learn leaders are the ones who are building the connections with families. Our play and learn leaders are also out in the community and community locations, but also community events where they're offering opportunities for early childhood developmental growth opportunities like games and things that, even families going to different events within the community, like they can really connect and talk with them and tell them and share about the program.
So is there like a family coordinator person that the staff can kind of go to on site, or is it very much like the staff is directly interacting?
The staff is directly interacting, but then the staff also has an assistant director and an early learning liaison who focuses in on being able to help assist with the additional questions or additional support for some families. Sometimes in our play and learn programs, it's about like, how do we assist play and learn? Like sometimes families will come to play and learn because they're not quite ready for 4K or to send their child to 4K. And so sometimes it's really about building up that knowledge base and understanding how we can support them within a 4K program. And so we really work on focusing in with our director and our early learning liaison to work with the play and learn leaders in order to help give that parent information so that they feel comfortable. We oftentimes then have families from play and learn who will then come into our 4K program or our kindergarten programs who weren't ready previously before that. So it's a great connection opportunity. And because of the well-standing reputation within the community, we get a lot of referrals from Birth to 3 and from doctors' offices and other locations to, hey, there's this program called Play and check it out. Like that might be something you might be interested in do as well. So
yeah, no, I love that. I think connecting with the families is one of the strongest things, and it's hard for parents sometimes to find that new space not being there all the time.
Right.
And the kids as well. I used to have to take a coffee break every night and escape and then come back eventually. I'm gonna work my way down the slides here so I can keep track. So I'm gonna go kind of in order where I just kind of had the different questions. I wanted to go to the phonology piece that you guys highlighted. I was kind of wondering why you use the term unintelligible. Is that the common terminology to use for kids that are in that space?
It's a speech term.
Was a speech pathologist, so I'm gonna let her answer that.
Okay.
It is. It's a phonologically based program that's based on a theory from Barbara Hodgson. And so, yes, if you're highly unintelligible, that's how you become eligible for that program.
Okay. It kind of struck me a little bit of like, why was that? Where it came from, but that sounds very just direct at it. I was wondering, like, for the particular purpose of that, is that where you also, if you find kids who might need to be introduced to like AAC devices, or if they're gonna need more access to just a medical, like hearing aids and stuff like that, or like early introduction and stuff like that, have you run into that yet.
So-
How does that work?
So part of the evaluation for special education would rule out whether or not there would be a hearing loss. As far as augmented communication devices, I think it's a cycles-based approach, and so the theory is that it's within 3 or 4 cycles that you would see a child make, you know, a significant growth and would be actually a candidate for dismissal from the program. It's just, you can get in, you can get out, you can help kids learn the systems. So it would be at that point that I would think, then the child you would then say, this program might not be the right program, and so we're going to then maybe shift to considering an AAC device or a different approach, because this one isn't working in the time frame that we think it should.
I know it's challenging to catch kids about where that's going, or if they're just not paying attention, you know, about your testing for hearing at those young ages is really tricky. Okay, those are the two that I had there. I love that you guys highlighted Alvium. I've been over there a few times. We've got some staff that we actually had at Franklin over there, and some that very close to us. Love seeing what's going on in that school. I like how that particular school too has a lot of different play structures outside and tons of space, which is kind of community access from there. I went to one of their fundraisers that they did when all the kids were running around outside. And they have the accessible playground that's tucked in the back, garden, and you can't tell a lot of that from the front of the school at all. It's all hiding. So thank you for highlighting those guys and all the work that they do up there. And then moving further down. So in the kindergarten readiness, what tracks that? How do you track that?
We use our GOLD assessment. So GOLD is a developmental range from birth to 3rd grade. And so 4K teachers will actually assess students at the beginning, middle, and end of the year. They do it through anecdotal observations. So they're not sitting them down with an actual test, but they are using equipment materials in order to make sure that children are at where they are when they come in. So we try to get a snapshot right at the beginning of the year to see like where are students coming to us, and then where are they towards the end of the year. So that kindergarten readiness is just a snapshot report of the beginning and the end of the total group of students.
So they do kind of an assessment at the beginning.
No, well, they're watching them play anecdotally, but they're using the same checklist that they are using at the beginning and the end.
Okay. Great, thank you. I had one more. I was looking at the demographics that were on the bottom too, and the reason I was kind of pulled to that, because like Head Start has certain goals, like they specifically like want like 10% of the people that they serve to be kids with disabilities, but they obviously serve probably a lot smaller population than we do. So are there certain goals that you try to reach, or is it like you have some consistencies going on? Like how do you know what are the demographics of the community that are, and the ones that are staying, like the ones that are there and then stay, or is it consistently some that are just starting after a certain amount of time?
So with our early childhood programming, it's about meeting the family and meeting the child in their natural environment. So it really depends on where the children are. So if they're at Head Start, we're servicing them. They are at a childcare in Madison, we're servicing them there. If they need their services at home, we're going to the home. And that's the way that our early childhood program follows the alignment and what the Department of Public Instruction really promotes is that natural environment. And so Madison does a really great job at making sure we're diversified in order to try to meet families and their need wherever they're at. So we don't have a specific ratio or a specific amount. It's really based off of the numbers of students that we have, where they are, and then they assign staff to go where the kids are.
Do you specifically have a breakdown of the ones that I don't know what slide number it is, 24, 23? The one that says 4K opportunities that lead to kindergarten enrollment. Like, do we know the demographics for that? That's what I was.
Are you talking about our enrollment overall in 4K and the demo?
Kind of specifically the ones that start early and then stay with us. Like, what does that look
Oh, that
like?
80%, that's.
That slide,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I'm referencing that one.
So 80% of our 4K students will actually stay with us for kindergarten level.
Yeah,
So
that's where I'm wondering if we could have a demographic breakdown of that, just because I'm wondering.
I'll check with the team to see.
What are we
yeah,
capturing? Who are we capturing during that time?
And
staying?
who's not staying, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Or who's always maybe coming in at, the 5, who's coming in then. So I'm just wondering where.
I'll check
yeah,
with
that
our
is.
team to see what demographic. Both who stays and,
Yeah, it's particular reference to the one that you.
yeah, I got it. Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Board Member Sarava. You started at 5:40. It is now 5:50. Board President Nichols.
Thank you, Chair Mulco. Thanks for your kind of setting the tone tonight for what you're hoping kind of questions will be around. So I do have one data related question, just to make sure that I'm tracking what I think I heard you say. And the second question will be about expansion and budget. For the data related question, I'm interested in the relationship between, these are on slides 23 and 24. When you talked about the capture rate, and then looking at how 4K enrollment can lead to kindergarten enrollment. So I want to make sure I'm tracking. So when I look at, I'm going to just use slide 24 initially. In the stacked column chart.
Left.
On the left, not the right. It looks like in 2025, 26, there were a total of 1,785 young people enrolled in kindergarten. And 1,174 of those had attended a 4K program in MMSD.
Correct.
Okay, now, if I go back up one slide to the capture rate, would I be,
On the right.
no,
Oh.
I'm sorry, not the rate. Let me say the enrollment.
Okay, yep.
Would I be looking at the total number of enrollees from 24, 25? Because those were the 4K enrollees. And then looking at them becoming a kindergartner in 25, 26. Is that okay? So I think one of the things that I'm thinking about in the relationship about that data is if there were 1,445 young people enrolled 4K in the 24-25 school year.
At third Friday, yep.
At third Friday. Okay, thank you.
That's
So
it.
again, that number can change.
Yep.
Appreciate that. And then I go forward though to the 25-26 kindergarten enrollment, assuming that a lot of those kiddos are the same. Even within the 4K enrollment, it looks like we still don't have 100% of the 4K students enrolling 5K kindergarten. There are some that are choosing.
We only have 80% on average enroll in kindergarten. That's our persistent rate is
Okay.
80%, which is high, but correct. We're not, everyone that comes to us for free 4K is not staying with us for kindergarten.
Okay. Do we know more about that?
It's a great question. So
Okay.
we are so part of our building for the future and our enrollment strategy is we are learning. So one, we have identified all of the families that were with us in 4K and opened and rolled out to go somewhere else for kindergarten. And so we are creating protocols. We're calling families, we're learning from families, we're talking to schools. So we're investigating that. We are working with Colleen and her team to go out to childcare sites also to find out. So we are digging into that because we're curious as to, you chose us for 4K. What is the reason you are choosing to go somewhere else? And while 80% is a great
Sure.
persistent rate, we still have huge opportunity, because remember, we're only capturing 47% of all of the eligible kids as well. So
Mhm.
so we're learning that, and that's work we're doing this spring, and we're really excited to see what we learn. We're partnering with UW Madison and a couple other professors, a demographer, new term I learned recently, who is helping us really dig into that to learn more and doing some focus groups, etc. So right now, the short answer is we don't actually know.
Okay,
We can make assumptions, but we don't actually.
okay, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I
Yeah.
understood that data and the relationship between it.
Yeah, great question.
Okay, now I'd like to go back to slide 27, which is your proposed 4K expansion. And first of all, let me just say, I love everything early learning, and so I really appreciate the addition of Plan Learn, and just seeing the incredible work that's being done. So I should have started with that. My apologies. So relative to expansion implications for budget. I see that you want to grow the number of full day sections from 44 to 48. And you want to grow the number of early childhood sites from 12 full day to 18. I'm wondering if you can elaborate a little bit more about what have we learned about the Olson pilot, the 7 sections at Elvium. You did speak to some of what you're learning about what it really means to run full day 4K, but is there something that as a board member I need to better understand about the right kind of investments based on what you're learning?
Sure.
That's part 1. And part 2 is, what are we currently investing as a district in early childhood sites that are more community-based, right? And what would I, as a board member, need to better understand about what is gonna help to add 6 additional early childhood education sites with full day options?
Yeah, so some of it is also some creative transitioning within the current budget we already have. So I actually, for the actual proposed budget, we're not proposing to add any additional spaces to the early care and education sites. We're using budget money that we currently have. And some of the sites, what I did this year is I actually allowed sites to choose, would you like to have half-day or full-day programming?
Okay.
So some of our amount of spaces may decrease, but those amount of spaces will increase in full day. So overall, we have a lot of unutilized space, so I'm trying to utilize budgets better and more tightly in order to be able to offer more full day. So they would, for example, if an early care and education site has 20 half-day, they could have 20 half-day spaces, which is their projection, or they could get 10 full-day, right? It's the same amount.
Okay.
Okay, so the numbers for the early care and education sites are a little bit different because we're trying to flex our budgets a little bit different. So for Olson, we're actually, we learned a lot about, number one, like the amount of families that wanted the lottery filled the full day, 5-day class immediately. And then we had not as many kids in the half-day sections. And so we ended up having such this great need for wanting the 5-day full day a week at Olson. And then our half-day sections had minimal amounts of students. So our half-day programs actually helped support the full day program. So unifying that across the schools to be able to stretch those kids across 3 sections versus just having the 1 section would be really helpful, as well as some proactive planning and schedules, making sure that they're actually looking at, you know, where is the best fit for 4K specialist time? How is it best for the 4K to actually access that? Is it about them going to specialists or specialists coming to them? So we're kind of looking at all of those different parts and pieces, and the principal and teachers are creating a plan for what would be more successful. But that is part of the added into the budget. The other piece with expansion, I didn't have specific things because I'm assuming that will come with the budget conversations. But that'll come at that time when you'll be able to see more specifics about like, what are we adding? But sometimes it's about, you know, changing or converting from a full, two half days to a full day. So like the allocation is already there, so you're not really adding an allocation that you're only adding an allocation for like the specialists or additional educational assistance support. So sometimes the expansion, so when you see expansion, it doesn't lead to a one-to-one.
Got it, yeah.
Sometimes it's about looking at the budget and seeing like, is there a way that we can restructure this budget to allow for more flexibility? This is part of the conversations that we're having in our focus groups around, you know, our new strategic framework and our enrollment focus groups about, you know, are there ways to think outside of the box in order to increase that enrollment capacity and to really provide families what they need and what they want? And so we've also had some additional things come up with Department of Children and Families funding that we're trying to collaborate on, as well as City of Madison funding that we're trying to also be able to create, you know, like family-friendly programs that are at little to no cost. Because we want to make it accessible. The more we make 4K accessible, like my long-term plan is like, we should be able to have on our website a little button that says, you know, here's Olson, here's this, here's the childcare that Olson has. But it's so complex in Madison, it's not as easy as just adding a button there, because there are all sorts of different community partners and things that we need to incorporate into those works and those conversations. So we're getting there. We're still working on that. So.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I appreciate that your point around just seeing the numbers doesn't automatically mean it's a one-to-one type of expansion, and that you all are trying to flexibly figure out how to use the budget available and the resources available to kind of maximize as many opportunities. As a final follow-up then, speaking of resources, I know in one of your earlier conversations, probably in the, you know, last year, there was some mentioning about 4K licensed teachers being hard to find. And so as we're thinking about taking a half day to a full day, adding more sections, even if you have the budget and the resources to and the scheduling, do we think that we have the staff that we need to meet the opportunities we want to create? And are there any other interesting partnerships behind the scenes that we're pursuing to address that?
Yeah, the licensing piece is always difficult for early care and education. In general, it's hard to find our early care and education site teachers that have that DPI license. I've been working and having conversations with people at the state level in order to talk more about like, how are we creating a grow your own type of program within early childhood? How are we creating opportunities for our early care and education sites to train their staff and be able to collaborate with them? Unfortunately, at this point right now, I don't have solutions, but like, I continue to push, like, having some type of an apprenticeship program where we're actually moving, the Department of Public Instruction in order to look at, like, if you have a teacher shortage, you need to be able to focus in on how are we able to maintain and grow our own. And we have a huge population of early care and education site workers that just do a phenomenal job day in and a day out with children. And so how can we get them the necessary certification that they need in order to continue to teach our babies?
Thank you. That concludes my questions. I also appreciate that in many times in your responses tonight, even when I use language like 4K, you are expanding that to early care and education. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Board President Nichols. You began at 5:51. It is now 6:05, and we will hear from Board Member Mosner-Theltham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I want you to know that I'm feeling so happy, good, I don't know. The combination of like how incredibly good and right it is to be serving our youngest learners, and like what that means about how we care about our community, coupled with your like the clarity and depth of your knowledge and excellence of your work is just beautiful. It's really, I really appreciate the presentation. I wanna, I guess, piggyback off at the end of Board President Nichols' question about, and ask about staffing. Can you talk a little bit about how many educators there are through, like, how many people are doing this work? If you know, and if you don't know, I can read about it next week. That's fine too.
Well, we have a teacher for each section in the presentation. So we have approximately 48 school site 4K teachers, 14 half-day sections. And then in our ECE sites, it's 18 full day sections and then 36 half-day sections. So approximately 110 teachers across the community in our school sites and our early care and education sites. So both of those would be together.
And then how about some of the,
I was just gonna say, yeah, those are just our teachers. We also have educational assistants and special education assistants for our 4K programs as well, who just help our programs function, and they are the second adult within that building, and they are the co-teachers, and they are in the work with our teachers. They're so good. And then you also have a couple of those are maybe an AM full day combo mix where there are AM kids that might go home at lunchtime, but in a full day program, and because their family is going to choose that the AM is the best fit for them. So yeah, so I would say approximately 100 if I have to go district wide.
you actually got my sort of next question. Do you have a sense for how many of those people are full-time versus part-time?
That I don't have. Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, I could say that of our full day sections, all of those are full-time teachers. But our half-day sections, it varies because some of our early care and education sites, for example, they may teach a half day of 4K, but they may be a full-time teacher at that site because they're also teaching a wrap care program in the afternoon for the same 4K students. So.
Got you. Can you talk a little bit about the staffing for some of the other programming, like Play and Learn, or some of the other programming you about?
Sure. Our Play and Learn programs have 2 Play and Learn leaders. Our Play and Learn leaders are of their own level. They're not an educational assistant, but they're also not a teacher. And that because they are doing family engagement with families and children, but they are not teaching children on their own. So parents are not dropping off kids and then leaving, so they don't have a licensure there. We have in our special education programs, those are really staffed based off of the needs in the classroom. So it's going to depend on, it'll be a teacher, for example, for the early learning sessions, and then it would be an educational assistant, at least a minimum of at least one of some sort, and depending on the needs of the students in the IEP, it may vary. In the phonological classroom, it's taught by a speech pathologist. So and that person is specifically trained in that phonology program. So again, it would be that speech pathologist, then an educational assistant to help assist.
That's helpful.
And then our early care and education sites, they also follow childcare licensing guidelines. So their adult ratios are dependent on how many kids they have in a room, which is also dependent on the amount of space that's available in that room as well. So they follow all childcare licensing guidelines.
Okay. Thank you. I think that was my only. No, I had one more, sorry. This one is about the rate, thank you. This one is about how many students could be coming to MMSD schools and are. And I'm curious, I don't love the phrase for it, so I'm going around it. You had said that 80% is high.
That persist from
From 4K to K.
Correct.
Is that based on comparisons to other cities? What's that? Where do we, like, I wonder if you could like ground me in that number. Like, what would like the world's greatest number be? Like, is 100 realistic, or probably not, but is 95, or is that ridiculous and 80 is really good?
I'll talk about a couple of numbers that we know. So first I'll talk about, I think the term you don't like is capture rates.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so
Yeah.
technical term.
Yep.
The number of students in our attendance areas that are attending MMSD.
Yep.
Is 47% for 4K, and district-wide is about 51% number of students.
At kindergarten.
51% actually, yeah, kindergarten, yep.
Okay.
So I'll talk with the 47%. So that number is low. If we think about 47% or 51%, the sweet spot, or what probably a good number of students that you could have that are coming, trying to avoid that other word, is about 70%.
Okay.
So when I say we have opportunity in MMSD, we have real opportunity to invite more students into our schools to attend our schools, both at 4K and at K. The 80% persistence rate from 4K to kindergarten is good compared to what we're seeing overall for all students, which is 60%. So that's good. I would say 90-95% is what we want. We invest in our students and their families, and so okay, they're coming to us free of charge. We would hope that the majority of them are staying with us. I do think 100% there's always a little bit of attrition, but I would say 90-95. And a lot of this is coming from the enrollment work and the work we're doing with the company MGT that's helping us look at not just locally, but nationally. And I think we're also paying attention to what the Council of Great Cities Schools and where they are. We just got a new dashboard for enrollment, so being able to compare across them. So 90-95 would be much better. I see Dr. Gothard looking at me, so I'm just gonna say, no, okay. I didn't know if you wanted to jump in.
I guess the only thing where this starts to get really confusing is we have 4K students that we're basing numbers on. We have kindergartners. Because we only enroll about 50%, there's so much unknown. Some kindergartners come to 4K and then leave. Other kindergartners are out there doing no, establish a record in MMSD. So we have a lot to learn about who that group is as well.
Great. I think 95% sounds excellent. Let's do it. And I really appreciate I really appreciate what you're able to bring because of building for the future. It's really helping me see the whole picture, and I hope it's helping anybody who's following see the whole picture too. So thanks for that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Mosser-Pelham. Board Member Pearson.
Oh, yeah. So I just want to say thank you to Board President Nichols for asking those questions, because they were definitely in line with the questions that I was going to ask around, and then also to Nikki also about just the demographics. I know that in the past presentations, whenever we get the updates for 4K or early education, we always have the disaggregated information.
Yeah.
And I know that, you know, I can get through our dashboard myself, so I was able to quickly look it up. But I do think it is important so that we can see continuity over years, to get that data presented. I think it holds us accountable as well, so we can make sure to add that in the future, but also put that in like update something, so that folks can have that when we are, to Ali's point of making decisions. The other thing I was asking about was the 20% as well, and why we, like, do we know why those students, you know, don't go on with MMSD? I think it's in line with, I think, what I've asked prior of just like, why do people not stick with MMSD? Are we doing exit interviews with families? Are we connecting with them as they are leaving? Are we talking more deeply about their other choices and why they're choosing certain choices as we're trying to make decisions, not just in real time, but to the building of the future conversation of over time? What are things that we can look forward to? So that was another question that I had that I think you guys somewhat asked.
Well, yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I mean, we're working on that. We're working on recreating a survey for as families leave. We're working on, we've identified a host, as Dr. Gothard said, there's a host of students that we have no idea because they never come to us. We're trying to figure out how we can maybe find out some of them, and then sort of left us. Yep, we're interviewing and finding out, and we want to know what those trends are and what that information is telling us to think where we have control on some adjustments. Some things are gonna probably be out of our control, but yeah, so we're excited to be able to bring that back to you. We just don't have that right now.
Okay. And I would say it is really good to hear that we're also speaking with families about why they are choosing to continue with our programs, why it's important for them, just so that we also understand where families are also looking at. Is it, you know, are we providing the literacy that is needed for their family and such? So that's really good to hear. I know I attended a couple of the play and learns previously in previous years. I like Vericord. I saw that they're no longer on our list of providers, and it really is a very beautiful space to see. I would just be more interested in, I know that in the past years we have mentioned that 4K and early education is also a equity strategy when it comes to math and literacy. I'd be interested to see like the families. I know you have the demographics here, but what, I guess, information can we learn from who's actually accessing our programs, why, and then what the barriers are for folks to access those programs?
Yeah.
Just a question.
Yeah, I think that is part of what we're doing as well with Play and Learn. With Play and Learn, we want to make sure that obviously we're in our program. Sometimes we move sites and sometimes it doesn't have anything to do with the site, or sometimes it has to do with there might be some construction or they don't have the availability. All of the sites that provide us locations throughout the community are free of charge for Play and Learn. So sometimes we have to move sites depending on each spring. We just do that. But I also agree with you on like, how are we looking? We in the past have not looked into seeing what our families are doing and where are they in our current programs. And so we are looking at that now. That is part of that process of aligning our curriculum and aligning what we're doing across of our sites. when we initially started taking over the program and started seeing the different things that were going on, there were great things happening at all the sites across our community. They were just wonderful, but they weren't consistent and they weren't exactly the same depending on which program you went to. And so we really have had some really in-depth conversations about like, what is Play and Learn supposed to be focusing in on? What family education information do we need to make sure that all families get and are provided? Where's the flexibility within our programs? Because we do, part of the great part of Play and Learn is that it is driven by what the families want to learn about as well. And so with all of those things also comes, how are we evaluating the program? And we haven't gotten to that, but we will definitely follow those students. We did not have a consistent process of enrolling students electronically. It was a paper format and then, yeah, so now we have a little bit more online version, able to be monitored and be able to track. They're not MMSD students, so they don't have a student ID number. They're not in our systems. So we have to do everything by hand and outside of that box. So we have to create those systems for how that happens.
Yeah.
So.
No, thank you. I also think like my question was just more pointed to when we're looking at the data. So we see, for instance, 100 white families are taking advantage of this versus 29 Black families, 48, Asian families. What I'm asking is more so in line, do you know why this possibly occurs and how this possibly occurs? Is it that the time frame is just not allowing families to be more present because you have to have a parent that's there with the child? Or is it that we don't have, we're not connecting with the right organizations like Harambe? So I'm thinking of those kind of like questions if we've thought about that.
I think you're also, when we look at the racial information, we're also looking at, we're not looking at ethnicity of Hispanic or not Hispanic. So some Hispanics identify as white. Some of our populations, we offer our sessions in Spanish. So we have very culturally diverse programs across the community. So it's not, so I think you can't think that all of those are specifically that it's not a diverse program either. Like and then we have a large portion of people who prefer not to share their race. And with today's culture, I completely understand why they don't want to share that as well. So so we wanted to share the demographics of what we had within our programs to show like the diversity that we really do have in the program as well. So, but we are running it by survey information is at the end. So families are giving us survey information on the program and their needs within the program as well.
The one additional thing I will say into the questions that you've asked, Vice President, is that I think the work that the team is starting to do is better understand where there may be barrier for Play and Learn, where they've made even within like the cost neutral, where they've moved programming to meet the needs of families. So I think the start of this is what they're going to continue to find out so that we can consider proximity to where the greatest need is, move programming there, think about that. So that it's just part of where they're going. And I don't think I think the questions are aligned with a lot of what the team is really starting to dig into.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think I get those points. I also think when we're putting out data like this, I think it is important to specify those kind of limitations and put some asterisks of like how kind of seeing the data. Just because if I just look at this and we're saying this is an equity strategy and our program is extremely diverse, yet these are some of the limitations that we're seeing based off of that. To state that.
Yeah.
I mean, I have always been a supporter of like 4K and early education. And, my hopes is, that we get the full reimbursement for 4Kers. That is the hope that I've said every time we get an update.
Yep.
And that our state legislature and our governor will take this seriously and ensure that we have full reimbursement for 4K. In early education, I also know that we have certain governor and legislature candidates who are pushing for free early education period and free childcare. And so to that point, how would that, this is aspirational, if that was something that actually happened, I mean, we saw it in New York just now, right? Just recently, how does that impact our programming and opportunities?
I'll say one thing else, Colleen, space is really important factor. And we don't necessarily have all of the space that maybe our students and families need across some of our schools. Part of the building for the future work and the work GP is to have a better assessment of utilization. So I just wanted to name that. Colleen can talk about details, but space is definitely, when we think about constraints, it can be a constraint.
And part of how we meet our space issues and our needs right now is collaborating with community partners. And so really making sure that it's the school district collaborating with the community builds a stronger early learning community. No matter what we do. So the more we collaborate with our partners, the better off it would be. So if aspirational, there was something that went out like that, I think it would again be a collaborative process where we would bring in teams in order to review the information and then create a system to support what we can do with that and how can we best meet the needs of families? And I think, you know, families have to be part of that. Our community partners have to be part of it. Our organizations that support families also have to be part of that so that everybody understands what the ramifications of something like that be. There are a lot of moving pieces to that idea. That would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, it's something that, you know, I'm also a big supporter for too. And I also think the conversation is, even though we're the K-12 system, and we're offering early education opportunities, it's also conversations with childcare facilities as well. Because I think, you know, as a person who has now teenagers, that whole transition from daycare into 4K, then kindergarten was extremely, and at that time there was only half day 4K. And that was an extremely difficult as a single parent to navigate childcare, 4K, then back to childcare, then finally kindergarten and some of those. So I really hope that the conversation includes our childcare centers. And those are also opportunities. There are a lot of people that have gone through MMSD who are childcare providers in childcare centers. So then the question that, you know, that President Nichols mentioned earlier, just about like, how do we find opportunities and having maybe a grow your own based off of your answer would be like beautiful, and making sure that folks know those are the options out there. So thank you so much. And that's all for my question.
President Pearson, though, you're bringing up some good points. One key thing for us to all think about though is, not though, but is universal access is different than universally funding.
Oh, yeah.
And that's something we have to pay particular close attention to in terms of how people are talking about supporting us. It's one thing to say anyone can join in, except there's a limit, you know, and cutoff lists. We're looking for universal. We're looking for funding to do this work the right way, intended for all students, and doing it to the best of our abilities.
Absolutely. You know, we should ensure that we're educating our young people and our babies. And it's unfortunate that our society does not put the adequate funding needed to ensure that we're doing that. And so, spot on. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Pearson. Board Member Mosner-Theltham, you started at 6:06 and ended at 6:14. Board Member Pearson, you started at 6:15 and ended at 6:29. I added myself to the stack, but I see you, Board Member Castro. I really just have one question, and it relates to discipline. So about 9 years ago, I was on the guiding task force with the superintendent. It was one of the kind of later conversations about the behavior education plan, one of the things that made it really easy to get rid of suspension in elementary school was that when we reviewed data, the only students who were being suspended from 4 were African American boys. Now, when you think about what is developmentally appropriate, like a developmentally appropriate length of time for a child to be reprimanded at the age of 4, it's 4 minutes. So this is before we had full day 4K. These are kids who are being suspended for multiple days, half-day program. Can you tell me a little bit about what we do to ensure that discipline is not targeting any specific racial demographic within these programs, and that it's developmentally appropriate?
So we use the pyramid model in order to help create a universal practices system, which part of that is having a leadership team, and part of that is reviewing data and also using data to drive decisions that we're making. So that way we're reflecting on what that looks like. So as a leadership team, we're using that information. And you know, challenging behavior, there is no easy solution for children with challenging behavior. Each child is an individual, and you have to build a relationship with the family and the child, and you have to make sure that you're doing all of those universal practices in order to meet the needs of what the child is doing. The challenging behavior is communicating. It's communicating it as any child, whether they're 4 or they're 14, behavior is working for them. And that's how it has worked for them in the past. So like we have to have conversations, and we have to figure out how and what they are communicating to us. What are their needs, and where do we need to put those supports in place in order to access? And so part of that it's not just a school district plan, it's also a community plan. We not only are doing pyramid model in our school district, we're also doing pyramid model in our community, where we're trying to build connections with other community partners as well, in order to, again, focus in on suspension and expulsion. So although the school district doesn't do the suspension and expulsion, early care and education site partners do suspend and expel students from their early care and education programs. And it's not for lack of effort and the quality of what they're trying to do. You know, it's hard all around. So we're trying to create systems of support, so that way we're supporting one another in working with children with challenging behaviors, whether it's in our school sites or our community partner sites. So
I greatly appreciate your answer. I think my critique of that answer is that when you see that level of disproportionality targeting a specific group of children who are 4 years old, what it really demonstrates to someone like me with my perspective and analysis is that we treat certain groups of students very differently than other groups of students for similar behaviors. And that can be very extreme. And so I think it tells us a lot more about the adults than it does about the children. And so I hope that we're cognizant of that and address it appropriately. The last thing I'll say is it was really, really helpful to hear about the programming we're doing with parents. I think helping our families to feel like they're setting their students up for success, helping parents to feel supported in early childhood in terms of, the best ways to engage your child's learning is really thrilling. And, my 4-year-old, who is in 4K, doesn't like to talk about like math or reading, but she really loves to play Uno. And she loves to play Uno because she got taught how to play Uno at school with her friends, and how to make that fair and how to make that fun and how to recognize numbers. And so I think a lot of the work you all are doing is really, really meaningful to families. And I think honoring that the parents are so incredibly important in a student's like learning long-term and getting us started right from the beginning is tremendously meaningful. I'm grateful that you brought it to us this evening. I started asking my questions at 6:30. It is now 6:34, and we will hear from Board Member Castro.
Thank you so much. One of my favorite topics to talk about. I'm really proud that the board administration and the community have been able to partner together to get full day 4K where it is right now. I have a couple questions. One, did a little math on the number of sections offered. We are increasing our full day sections by 10 by 10, and then decreasing our half day sections by 15. Wondering if that difference of a reduction in 5 or 4 is due to we're reaching a different scale, or if we have an anticipated decreased demand, or what's going on with that.
So I think we are getting at a different point with full day 4K, because we're at that point now where 2/3 of our programs are full day and only 1/3 are half day. And we still have families that are saying, but I want full day. And our school attendance area options aren't always available for them. So the place that we can add more programming is at our community partner sites, and then really using that building the future in order to think about and ensure that 4K is in every building. And that way, families are not displaced out of their buildings because of the way that our system is set up. I think some of the full and half day rates, again, not always 1-to-1. Sometimes some of our community partners have full and half day students in their classroom. Some of our school sites have full and half day kids in there. So it is considered as a separate section. So again, I want to make sure that people understand that that's not always like apples to apples, but it is compared in that way. When you have a program where you have, kids that it's a non-compulsory program. So it's families' option to attend 4K. Sometimes we need to meet family need and what they need or be able to accommodate that full and half day options as well. So.
Okay, so just because we might have a reduction in total sections doesn't necessarily mean we're serving less students or withdrawing capacity.
Correct. We're still utilizing the same capacity that we have in our early care and education sites. We're utilizing the capacity a little bit differently by, instead of projecting and everyone projecting the largest number, we're being focused in on saying, typically they have this amount of students. Can we have them offer full and half day? Would they prefer to offer full day places instead of the half day? And how can we get a little bit more creative with those spaces? So that's how the spaces are kind of going up and down as well. We also had some last minute ads at the beginning of this current school year, where we had to offer some AM and full day options at sites that we added later. Because we wanted to make sure that families were not put in a bind and at the last minute. And so we wanted to make sure that those programming had the AM and full day options. Typically with our full day option, it's families can choose to attend that full day, but if they would like to go home midday, they're welcome to do that as well, but they would have to provide their own transportation for that.
Got it. Okay. Okay, next question. Seeing the difference between fall kindergarten readiness to spring kindergarten readiness that's just a huge accomplishment. So I think we should all be proud of that. I'm wondering if we have or are able to do any comparisons with kindergarten readiness between students who went through 4K and students who did not go through 4K, and comparing that readiness. And then the next question related to that is, there's stuff that the school system can't control. But do we have any methods of communications with families, with infants and toddlers about these are some practices or routines that you can start doing when your kid is 1, 2, or 3, or 4, and they're not in 4K that can improve kindergarten readiness? Is there anything that we can do as a public school district for that?
I'll start from birth and then Colleen can pick up for programming. Two things I wanna, oh shoot. Board member Castro, the question that you, about finding out students in 4K or not in 4K in kindergarten readiness. I would say that we just talked about this earlier today. We're considering a program evaluation, but more long-term program evaluation to also see what happens when students actually get to 3rd grade, right? And wanting to see what the data looks like in 3rd grade. And we're just getting kind of full day 4K, I think, in a sweet spot where we feel really good about the programming. So it's something we are considering. You know, Colleen and her team have been working with MAP, the Madison Education Project, for years doing some of that. So that's on our radar to think about what program evaluations might make sense and what short-term ones. The other thing that I will say is part of building for the future, you'll hear this a lot, is that we have recently started to talk with some of the birthing centers here in Madison and wanting to really think about opportunities to connect with families as soon as children are born, and both about resources in terms of MMSD, what we offer, maybe some other package opportunities. So that's like the first experience with MMSD, and then Colleen can pick up for birth to really 5K on the other things such as play and learn.
Sure. So we do offer a kindergarten readiness checklist, which is aligned to the Wisconsin model of early learning standards and really talks about some basic key readiness skills. And we oftentimes do many different events in the community, and we'll have those checklists there when we do those events. We also offer them to our 4K families. We offer them to community site folks that we do presentations for. We connect with home visiting programs. I've done a presentation for RISE. Again, anywhere we go, we kind of have these materials available for families. We also have our pyramid model framework has a really great backpack connection that has a family component. And then we also make connections with the Wisconsin Infant Mental Health Consortium, and they also provide parent resources. So we kind of pool all of those things. It's you had talked a little bit about like how can we tell the difference between kindergarten and 4K and who attends our 4K program. That's a really hard, it's really hard to determine unless we know exactly where each and every child went to for their 4-year-old programming. Because just because a child attends 4K at MMSD doesn't mean that they didn't have really great high quality early learning experiences somewhere else, whether it's another school district or it might be an early care and education site in the community. It might be, you know, they may have a very active family that is, you know, really focused in on child development. So just because a child doesn't attend 4K doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't have a high quality early learning experience. And when we look at research, it's really around having a high quality early learning experience. And so it's hard to determine the difference between those who attend 4K who haven't attended 4K. We have done some work with the Madison Education Partnership and program evaluation on full day 4K. What we found is the year that we launched full day 4K was right after COVID happened. And we found that we didn't have a lot of great data about that. And so we ended up coming back a couple years after, and we found that our program was really starting to grow, and I was starting to see a difference in my daily data, like the goal data that I shared. And that's where I brought MEP back in order to look at goal data the same way that they looked at the goal data back when we did not see a difference in programming. And so because of that, they actually did see a growth between our half day and our full day programs, and that our students were making more growth in our full day programs. But again, like, we want to make sure, so we've flagged kids who've been part of full day 4K because we do want to do longitudinally more research and know more about, like, hey, high quality early learning experiences matter. And we know this from other research areas, but we have a great opportunity right here in Madison in order to make sure that we're following that information all the way through. So we will be doing that. We have looked at the kindergarten and 4K, but again, with those first couple years, we did not see any growth or the difference, like nothing that was statistically significant in
Right.
the difference. So
Yeah, and I'm sure that we can chalk it up to a lot of social factors in society, but there are national data that indicate that in general, kindergarten readiness or school readiness has declined over the past decade or so. And so just wondering about linking some of our efforts with that trend. Okay, and my last question is, I'm wondering if y'all can talk about how we are serving students whose second language is English. So do we offer any DLI sections? What's the current staffing situation? Are there staffing challenges there?
Specifically, we offer one DLI section at Nuestro Mundo, and then we have 5 DBE sections where we offer programming for native Spanish speakers in 4K. A little bit different, our program in 4K or our strategy in 4K has been a little bit different. We don't have the same amount of program district-wide, nor could we fill that amount of program district-wide either. And so we are trying to have enough programming that we can meet the needs of families within our district, but also have programs that are efficiently funded in order to make sure we have enough staff members for those programs as well. So as of right now, we do have spacing and capacity within our DBE programs. Our DLI program is full. We only have one, and that is part of our and so that's where we are. Otherwise, our other classrooms, so we have tons of languages in Madison, so Spanish is not our only language. So teachers work with their BRS and within their buildings to help support other languages, as well as working with the language line, as well as using Google Translate. I see teachers talking on their phones and translating for kids and creating visual supports and collaborating with families in order to make those things happen. We just held a training for our educational assistants and talked about the importance of visual supports for our bilingual learners. So we're meeting the needs of all of our students. So speaking Spanish within our programs, we often have Spanish speakers within our building. When children come to us from Africa, or they come to us from Russia or France and they're speaking French, those are oftentimes more difficult languages to support. And so we have to figure out how to support those languages. And so we utilize best practice strategies in meeting the needs of students with second languages.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Castro. We'll now hear from Board Member Vandermeulen for her second round of questions.
Yes, thank you. You were mentioning MEP. I think it's an excellent program, the Medicine Education Project. How much does it cost for the district to partner with them? Because I think personally, every group should partner with them as much as possible. Is there a cost?
Sometimes there is a cost and it depends on what they're doing. We always try to find grants in order to fund our work first. And so oftentimes our work will come out of a grant that they have found, and then we'll write for that grant, and then that work can take place. But we can also, I've used some of my Roots and Wings funding in order for us to look specifically at full day 4K. So we did use some of those funds to focus in on that program evaluation and get more information as well.
That's wonderful. I'm worried also, I'm wondering if you were worried on class size, as there's no requirements or policy on early childhood on how many can be in the class. I know there's difference between, say, 16 kids and 20 kids. Are you seeing larger class sizes? Is the board need to do a policy considering that?
You know, we have an optimal number, and sometimes our optimal number goes up. As far as childcare licensing is 24 students in a classroom with 2 adults. We're way below any state childcare licensing policy. I think small class sizes are super important, and we find that when our class sizes go over 18, that we struggle with the amount of challenging behavior or just other issues that we have. So we work really hard to maintain class sizes below 18. And that is part of our allocation document. And again, sometimes when they go over the 18, it's because there was an enrollment issue or there was a request at the teacher by the teacher or the principal in order to go up to that level. And it's approved at the building level before it happens. Sometimes sometimes you can't help it if there is no other available space for overflow for students. So you know, it really depends on the year. So does there need to be a board policy? There probably should be a board policy on 4K. I think 4K should be included in everything, just in order the same way that we include everything else in. But right now, as of what we have been doing, we have put that limit within the allocation document.
That's good to know and definitely good to consider. I have
So
one
it's not
more
the
question.
requirements. I'm sorry.
I have one more question and one comment. I'd love for everyone to know how great Olson is doing. I think that needs to be shared. The info and the pilot needs to be shared across other 4K programs so we can see what we could replicate. If it's a one-site thing, if it can be replicated or not. I think that would be really helpful. And my one comment, I understand the use of technical jargon on unintelligible. However, just one statement that the R word was considered medically acceptable at one point and professional jargon. If we could possibly, I know I'm not trying to rewrite the rules, but it possibly just say speech concerns or language concerns in a presentation, it would just be really helpful. I'm not trying to cause a war. It just kind of gives me the creeps. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Vanderlaan. Board Member Castro, you started asking your questions at 6:35 and ended at 6:48. Board Member Vandermillen, you started to ask your second round of questions at 6:49 and it's now 6:53, and we will hear Board Member Saravo.
Thank you, Chair Muldrow. I have to just have one follow-up, and actually, Chair Muldrow, your question kind of made me think, because of the behavior education plan, that we are reminded of a significant shift that was made. And I was wondering if you could speak to when you make a shift like that, what do we do differently? Because it doesn't mean that things were stopping, it means that adults were doing things different, responding. So what did we do differently?
As far as what are we doing differently with our pyramid model, or
by the board to stop suspending kids who were in. What did we do?
In elementary school.
Elementary school. Okay, sorry. To speak to that.
the,
In terms of what do we do differently in 4K or in?
Yeah, they had to be implemented for reasons.
I don't
What did
think 4K was ever included with suspension.
that I'm not sure.
Yeah,
That
I
was
don't think
before
they-
my time, so.
Oh, 4K was good. Okay.
Yeah, I would say, and I would say there is a lot more with what we're doing now, like we are doing more relationship building, more equity work. We are doing professional learning on challenging behaviors, how to address those issues. We're also doing a lot more work on just equity practices and looking at ourselves and seeing what we're doing. So from my area, we're also making sure that pyramid model implements those universal practices. So that way we are using visual schedules, we're setting routines and behaviors. We're teaching about friendship skills. We're focusing in on problem solving. How do we problem solve? What are appropriate ways to problem solve? Like, so we are trying to get more of those universal practice pieces in place. And when those universal practices aren't working, then we have to bring a team of people together in order to talk about that. And then, that's where that MTSS process then takes over, where then they're creating like, what can they do differently within their school system in order to help support students as well. So I think, part of it is that MTSS process that has really ballooned up over the years of really individualizing support for students when it's needed.
I was thinking of when I was talking about the family relationships,
Mhm.
like having that shared.
Having the family as part of that team.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
just making sure if there is a need for a shared language or something that crosses over there, it's just really, really important. And
I mean, I know our teachers also, like, they create things to go home and they're building communication logs, they're texting directly. They are doing all sorts of ways in order to try to build those relationship connections with families. So, and the Ready, Set, Go conferences are huge at the beginning of the year that teachers are able to, have that quick conversation with families as well, so.
I think families have a unique way of intaking information too, but finding what that is so it stays consistent. If you have like a really active class or just a standout student who's a really good runner, or something like that, how do you track those things? If you just have more active site or something like that, do you end up having more allocation? Like what's our response?
It really depends on the student. Like, we promote tracking behavior incidents, so that way we can see kind of when those incidents are occurring, how they're occurring, what are they showing as, again, because we want to learn like what is the child trying to communicate, and is there a replacement type of behavior that we could teach in order to, replace a behavior. You also have, some students, it may be additional staffing might need to be added. So like that might, that's going to depend on the principal coming in and observing the student and saying like, yeah, there needs to be more support. And then oftentimes that will trigger central office in order to come in as well to do observations. Like when a teacher is struggling with a student with challenging behavior in the 4K level, specifically, I can talk about 4K, is that they would contact my department. I have teacher leaders that go out and help to make sure, we have checklists to make sure those universal practices are in place. If they're not, they help them get them in place. They can help track data in order, because sometimes like it's too difficult for a teacher to do that on their own if they're teaching. So like you need somebody else to observe what's going on in the classroom. So, that might be the principal, it might be an instructional coach, it might be one of my teacher leaders that goes in and helps support as well, so.
Thank you. I just thought it was a important thing to have.
Board Member Sarava, you started your second round of questions at 6:53. It is now 6:58. If there are no further questions from the board, we will move on to our second area of the evening.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, Andrea, so much.
Yeah, I appreciate so much the board just really uplifting early learning. So thank you so much for valuing the importance. Thank you.
Listen, would you mind pulling up the slides while we transition? We're gonna have a team that's gonna come up. I'll do the intro before we get started. Should be. Initial. Chair Mulder. Ready? All right. Okay, so as we transition to our second topic tonight, a reminder that this is an update on the RFP the team worked on to look for new math materials, K-8. A reminder also, we had the pleasure of having Chair Muldrow as part of the math committee as well. We have a team up here that I will start off by introducing Becky Kundert, who's our Senior Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Kay Hunter, who supports middle school math mostly as a teacher leader, Mai, who supports K-5 math, and Quinn, who is our Director of Math and Science, Kate. We also have members, and Quinn will introduce the members that were part of the RFP committee that are behind us. And we also have Carrie Ortega, who is a member of the team as well. When we get to the question and answer piece, instead of having too many people up at the table, if there's school specific questions or responses, we would like to engage some of our other colleagues that are here in the room tonight. So with that, I will turn it over to Quinn, who is going to get us started.
Thank you, Cindy. Good evening, members of the board. Also wanted to introduce Dr. Amy Sheridan, who's Director of Advanced Learning. She's a part of our K-8 math leadership team. And then we have some school-based staff joining us who are part of the K-8 evaluation and selection team. So we have Emily Powers, who's a principal at Franklin Elementary, one of our 4K2 buildings. Marta Torres Mercado, who is a 5th grade DLI teacher at Lori McCary, and then Heidi Laura Smith, who teaches grades 6-7 math dual language immersion and English as a second language at Whitehorse Middle School. So I was here in November, and at that time we previewed the process for K-8 math materials adoption. Tonight we will summarize the process for you and then present the formal recommendation on behalf of the larger K-8 evaluation and selection team. Go to the next slide. And then the next slide. Okay. So to begin, we want to share why we're recommending an update for our K-8 math program. So the process began last year with the 4K12 Math Task Force. The task force looked at both student academic data as well as evidence-based best practices for teaching math. We studied recommendations in catalyzing change that come from the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. From that work and the learning that the team engaged in, we established a clear math instructional vision as well as a 4K12 math course pathways. Want to lift for you again our math instructional vision. So in MMSD, we provide a coherent 4K12 math experience that fosters a positive math identity in every student. We are committed to ensuring equitable access and success with rigorous standards-based instruction that develops competent, confident, and curious math learners. We were really grounded in the vision as we move forward with this process. The Math Task Force at that time also identified a need for K-8 math resource review and a materials adoption. So the need for updated materials is both instructional and operational. As a reminder, our current middle school core math materials are out of print. They're no longer supported by the vendor. At the elementary level, our schools are using materials that were published in 2012. By moving forward with a K-8 review process instead of just a 6-8 or just a K-5, it really allowed us the opportunity to ensure more coherence for our students as they move from elementary to middle school. We have designed a phased rollout. So we plan to implement in middle school during the 26-27 school year, followed by an elementary adoption in 27-28. This timeline was intentional. We know our elementary teachers are still building confidence with the new literacy and biliteracy materials, which allows them additional time before transitioning to a new math curriculum. So we believe that this approach is respecting both staff capacity while also ensuring the high quality math implementation that our 18,000 kindergarten through 8th grade students deserve. So the request for proposal, RFP 4155, went live on October 9th and it closed on November 19th. We received submissions from 16 vendors from the nationwide search. The K-8 math leadership team that I introduced tonight engaged in an internal screening process. So that phase of the process focused on verifying that the submissions met the district's mandatory requirements. Through the vetting process, 4 resources emerged as the highest quality materials for committee consideration. The slide on the screen shows which resources were eliminated during the initial screening process and the reasons for elimination. So those included gateway ratings by EdReports, the overall user experience, alignment to our instructional vision, the publication date, as well as the criteria determined by the Math Task Force as part of summer work last year. Next slide, please. So our evaluation team included a diverse cross-section of 40 MMSD stakeholders. So we represented 21 schools and various departments. We had classroom teachers, advanced learning, special education, English as a second language, bilingual resource teachers, instructional coaches, and principals who worked alongside central office leadership. We also had a member of higher education who is also on the board of directors for the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, join in that process. The committee utilized the criteria that was established by the Math Task Force to review and make a recommendation for high quality K-8 math materials that align with our long-term vision for mathematics. On the next slide, please, you'll see a picture of the evaluation and selection team. Highly committed, highly passionate about math education in our district. It was a pleasure to work with them. In our 23 hours together, we engaged in critical debate while always maintaining a student-centered focus.
So our evaluation and selection process was intentionally thorough and transparent to align with our math. We wanted to be thoughtful and clear about how this recommendation was reached. It started on January 12th and 15th. The committee closely reviewed 4 math programs: McGraw-Hill Reveal, Imagine Learning, Illustrative Mathematics, Curriculum Associates iReady, and Bridges 3rd edition. Members worked in small groups and by grade bands to look carefully at each program's strengths and limitations using the rubric created by the Math Task Force to evaluate research. They then prioritized questions to ask the vendor regarding any identified limitations the team wanted more clarification on, and also had time to explore more deeply on their own on a Saturday. On January 20th, the committee participated in a vendor presentations, followed by question and answer sessions with the vendor. This gave members the opportunity to hear directly from each company and ask thorough questions about how programs would work in our classrooms. After reviewing all scores and feedback, the committee narrowed the field to 3 finalists. At this point, we made the difficult but necessary decision to remove Bridges' 3rd edition from consideration. While Bridges is familiar to many of our elementary teachers and may have been an easier rollout initially, the committee determined that the updates in the 3rd edition were not significant enough to catalyze the change in practice our students needed. Additionally, there were concerns regarding the removal of standards from the daily lesson plans and inauthentic cultural connections. With the elimination of Bridges, the final stage of the process focused on a single recommendation that would work across kindergarten through 8th grade as opposed to different divisions. On January 22nd, the final stage of our process, the committee compared lessons side by side and looked at each program from 3 different perspectives: the teacher lens, what teachers are asked to do; the student lens, what students experience; and the math lens, how well the math is developed in each core resource. This comparison made the differences between the programs very clear for our team. After developing presentations for each resource and engaging in a final whole group discussion, the committee reached a clear consensus. Slide, please. All 3 finalists, Reveal, iReady, and Illustrative Math, met our basic requirements. That meant that it included support for Spanish materials in elementary, language supports, and other opportunities for students to talk through their thinking. That said, once we looked more closely, some important differences did come clear to us. Those differences that are shown on the slide are what ultimately led to our recommendation. I'll start with Reveal. Reveal follows a more traditional approach to teaching math. It focuses heavily on showing students the steps to follow in order to get the right answer. While that can feel familiar, the committee found that it places more emphasis on procedures than on helping students understand why math works. Reveal was also the only finalist that had not received top ratings across all categories from our independent national review. In addition, a planned update to the elementary version raised concerns about how long this investment would remain current. iReady is next. iReady also follows a more traditional model and is better suited as a supplemental resource rather than a core curriculum. It does a strong job tracking students' progress and providing extra practice, but it does not offer enough depth at grade level or structure to daily instruction across the entire school year. Using it as our main curriculum would make it difficult to ensure consistent high-quality learning across the schools. Illustrative Math takes a different approach. Students learn by actively working through problems, talking with one another, and making sense of ideas, leading to a deeper understanding of mathematical concepts. Research shows that this kind of learning leads to stronger understanding over time and better use of math in real-world situations. Instead of watching the teacher do the work, students are learning how to think through problems themselves. I do want to be very clear about one additional point. This is a high-quality curriculum that requires purposeful plan for implementation. It is not something teachers can simply pick up and use without support. For this adoption to be successful in MMSD, it must be paired with ongoing training and support for teachers. That support helps teachers move primarily from showing students how to solve problems to guiding students as they think, reason, and explain their understanding.
Go to the next slide. So we are thrilled to represent our 40-member stakeholder team in formally recommending Imagine Learning Illustrative Mathematics for our K-8 classrooms. After an exhaustive evaluation, it became clear that illustrative math is not just a resource, but the best fit for MMSD's instructional vision. What makes this curriculum special is the fundamental shift in the classroom experience. We are moving away from students simply copying a teacher's demonstration and moving toward authentic engagement where students are learning by doing. And by utilizing a problem-based learning model, we are fostering deep mathematical concept understanding and perhaps most importantly, helping students build a positive math identity where they see themselves as capable thinkers and problem solvers. Equity is built into the design of this program and not added as an afterthought. So illustrative math utilizes what we call low floor, high ceiling tasks. These provide essential on-ramps that allow every student, regardless of the starting point, to enter the math, while at the same time offering a high ceiling that challenges students with advanced learning needs to explore deeper math conceptual complexities and generalizations. Combined with specific language routines, this ensures that our multilingual learners, students with diverse learning needs, and our advanced learners are not just present, but are actively engaged in grade level discourse and rigor. For the first time, we will implement a unified math storyline that begins in our elementary schools and flows seamlessly through middle school into algebra, geometry, and algebra 2, as this resource is already being used in these high school courses. By moving away from isolated year-to-year topics, this curriculum provides a consistent vertical progression. It builds complexity intentionally, ensuring every student is expertly prepared for the rigors of high school, college, career, and community. Go to the next slide. We plan to invest in a multi-year contract, as this will provide significant savings. And our implementation plan is deliberate and designed to ensure instructional quality and system stability. While high-quality instructional materials are a critical foundation, they cannot drive system-wide change alone. To bridge that gap, we are pairing this adoption with sustained, role-specific professional learning starting this spring. We begin by establishing leadership expertise among principals, coaches, and members of the math task force to ensure every building has the on-site support necessary to lead this transition. We will also include integrated training for middle school classroom teachers, special education teachers, English as a second language teachers, and advanced learning staff to ensure equity from day one. At the same time, our elementary educators will engage in a strategic prep year of professional learning to prepare for their 2027 implementation. Ongoing professional learning remains a constant in this plan, and we are excited to continue working alongside members of the math task force to ensure our training remains responsive to the evolving needs of our staff. And by investing as deeply in our educators as we are in our resources, we're ensuring this is not just an adoption of new materials, but a permanent transformation of student outcomes and experience in mathematics.
So just before I turn it back to Chair Muldrow, two things that I just want to remind the board of. The end of this month, the monthly board meeting is when the consent come forth for to approve this after discussion tonight. So in addition to that, in your materials are supplemental resources that provide additional information, not for discussion tonight, may be helpful as you need that information to make an informed decision. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Chair Muldrow.
Thank you so much. Board members, I want to open this for questions, comments, and feedback. I think letting folks know what you need in order to be able to vote at the end of the month is really important to this conversation. I also just want to remind folks, I think you heard earlier in this presentation, a little bit about like the length of the lifespan of a curriculum, right? How long we've been using the curriculums we're already using and the kinds of results that we have at this current moment. The decision we make has the potential to impact the next decade of how students learn math here in this district. And so I hope that we interrogate it thoroughly because it is a meaningful decision we're making this evening, or I'm sorry, in a few weeks. Any questions? I see Board Member Castro and then Board Member Vandermeulen.
Got it. Thank you. Well, I am glad to hear that we are leaning toward the more problem-based experiential learning materials. I'm wondering if anyone can speak to the amount of screen time required, if any, with the illustrative option.
This option, good evening. This option does not require students to use devices, which was one of the draws to this resource. There are digital resources available for students, but it is not a requirement for students to engage in the curriculum.
Got it. Thank you. And then two more questions, and I'll just ask them at the same time. Do you anticipate we will have to purchase supporting materials for this option like we had to do with reading? And then who will provide the professional development? Is it the developer themselves or ourselves, or how is that going to be mapped out? Would be mapped out?
Becky, do you want to talk about the supplemental materials and or even manipulatives if there's those components or intervention, and then you can pass it to whichever team member I think makes the most sense.
Sure. Mai spoke clearly, I think, about really this curricular resource has really high ceilings and low floors with that whole intention that it really has a broad range of where students are accessing and how that is built off of what is grade level core. I just want to like reground us and that's where we want to ensure all of our students have access to that maybe has not necessarily happened for us, and that our professional development obviously has to support that. And so also within our professional development is just noting that the vendor does support professional learning. And then also there are actually numerous partners across the country that do support engagement in illustrative math. Unbound Ed is a highly noted professional development company that people, or not company necessarily, but a group that people go to and have for a long time in Madison, really thinking about what is that standards work. They support implementation as well. If we were to want to think about outside of beyond illustrative math. We also know that the Wisconsin Math Institute provides professional development specifically for this as well. So right here within Wisconsin, we can also do some partnership there. And I think the other big piece that's really important to note about illustrative math is that Quinn, I think Kay, myself, maybe Amy, Carrie, have also been attending some ongoing conferences that the Council of Great City Schools have been engaging in. And within that, they've actually been launching and talking about illustrative math. So we've been specifically, not knowing that's where we would end up today, sitting here in front of you, obviously just a week ago, but they have been highlighting their implementation. And that has been specific to Philadelphia. So the School District of Philadelphia, New York City has been engaging in that process as well. And then also LA Unified. I think LA Unified is supposed to be the third meeting. So we haven't really heard from them yet. And their data is kind of coming through. So I think there's a opportunity for us to consider about just the nature of this resource as having many touch points beyond just the vendor. Because I think sometimes we think about the box. You know, it comes in the box and the vendor can help us unpack the box, but can somebody help us support the math? And how do we develop teachers? And so I think that is what is really been nice that we've been discovering in this past week around what are the other resources that we have. Does it mean for sure no supplemental ever? I wish I could tell you that, but I would say that is not always the case. We always know that there's different circumstances. But I think the biggest piece for us is that we would be engaging in professional learning that would be meaningful, that would grow all of our teachers. And we know that the answer is within the space, right? Getting teachers together to collaborate, from special ed teachers, bilingual resource teachers, our classroom teachers, advanced learning specialists. We can come up with those supports that need to be happening for all of our students in our spaces. I'm not sure if I answered.
Yeah, I don't view supplemental material as inherently bad or inherently good. I think it makes sense that we will probably need supplemental material. And with professional development, it sounds like the vendor does provide some, but we will also be able to leverage our connection with district networks that we're a part of and teaching networks that we're a part of. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. We began asking questions at 7:19 and is now 7:23, and we will hear from Board Member Vanderbilt.
Yes, interesting curriculum. One, I'm worried about our students who are not verbal, who cannot communicate or use AAC device and may not be able to have that experience. Do we have plans on how to handle that? Is my first question.
Go ahead.
I really appreciate that question, Board Member Vandermeulen. And I, as the principal at Franklin, take that into account as we were reviewing the resources. And I actually find many of the lessons that I reviewed at the lesson level having a lot of opportunities for support staff, be it multilingual support or special ed support, communication differences. There were a lot of opportunities for differentiation of the task without removing the rigor of the task being asked, which I think is really important when we think about holding all of our students to high expectations and wanting to really support inclusive practices within our spaces in our district.
I especially like that you mentioned high expectations. What worries me when you have a floor and a ceiling is the ability to not on purpose, but accidentally pigeonhole marginalized communities into that's the best that they're going to get, or that's where they're going to get as much instruction. How do we make sure that we don't fall into that trap, if you know?
I mean, I can speak to my experience at Franklin. We are working really hard within our co-serve to co-plan to co-serve teams where we are looking at this year we're focusing on our literacy, but we are really working as a cohesive unit to make sure that we are differentiating tasks by adding supplemental or supportive resources that don't necessarily change what is being asked of students, but is changing how they're showing us what they learn. And that's really critical to making sure that all students have access to grade level core standards. And I see, oh, go ahead.
Is that K through 2 or, because I know Franklin's K through 2, is that just K through 2 or is that K through 8, the whole thing? I'm just confused, wanted to be sure, Chair.
My school building is a K through 2 building, but I also looked at upper grades, middle school lessons, and I found very similar opportunities for differentiation that adjusted the task and the way that students are representing their learning without changing the rigor of the task.
And I have two more things. One, did Dr. Molfenter, is she part of the task force to be able to provide the special ed expertise?
So Nancy was not specifically, but her team member, Sean Bielmeyer, who's one of the assistant directors, was part of the task force and part of the entire evaluation process.
And my last question is as follows. Ali, I don't normally listen and ask how this will affect to inform the district on my vote, but I will this time. Without a cost on supplementary materials, without a cost on professional development, and without a cost on the full math curriculum, I will not be able to vote for this. Thank you.
Board Member Vandermeulen, I just want to make sure I understand your last remark. So what you're asking for is a breakdown of kind of the expenses related to
Yes.
this adoption.
All expenses, yes.
I imagine that'll be provided.
Thank you.
Yep, correct.
Thank you.
you. Trying to lower my hand, but it wasn't letting me.
That is all right. You started at 7:24. It is now 7:28, and we will hear from Board Member Pearson.
Oh, okay, great, thanks. So I was just doing some preliminary, I guess, like looking at the schools that you guys have with New York City public schools, Philadelphia public schools, and unified. And just from me doing a quick search, seems that their data has increased. And so my question is just around her hopes in terms of like math data and what we are looking to achieve with this new curriculum. And then I have some other questions.
Yeah, I mean, currently we have less than 50% of our students proficient in grades 3 through 8, according to the forward exam. And we want to increase the percentage of students that are reaching proficiency in advance from year to year, right? And so we will have goals in place with a new strategic framework that outlines the progress that we want to see each year.
Thank you. The next question is just around the connection with like letters. So we have big purchases that we have made throughout the years since I've at least been on the board. And letters was one of our literacy program that was a huge lift for our schools. How are we kind of intending like this new curricula to kind of fall in line with what we're already kind of doing around letters?
I can add to that a little bit. So many lessons of this curriculum are structured to talk and collaborate. And then so it has sentence friends, opportunities and points of discussion for students. Then so it allows all students to demonstrate from the beginning for what they need for that schema. And then so I believe that English language learner, this curriculum develop not just like mathematical thinking, just the language development in this curriculum. It's like this, really tight. So.
Thank you so much.
And I'll add to what Marta shared. We are really excited about continuing to work with members of the evaluation and selection team that have been with us through the math task force work. And really developing a clear implementation plan for professional learning support for all of our staff, K-8, including instructional coaches and school leaders, to sort of determine what that professional learning will look like. Another piece that we really liked about illustrative math is that there's a lot of embedded professional learning for teachers. So there are learning progression videos for each unit that shows what happened before this grade level, what students are engaging in this grade level and where it's going. So teachers understand that progression. There are similar videos for families so that they can also see kind of what that storyline is. There are video examples of lessons, including the instructional routines. And so lots of resources are available for teachers too, to be able to dig in outside of sort of the larger scale professional learning that we'll provide in partnership with the vendor, but also from sort of our team members and working alongside instructional coaches and principals.
The next two questions just are around just like our connection. So if I think about us being destination district, right? And I think about us competing globally and being more competitive globally. And I think about that as well as we know our data around where our kids are in terms of math. How will this be able to bridge that gap when we are thinking about our young people being global leaders and being in the global fields and being able to compete with other students, given where we're at right now?
So I really appreciate your question because that is something we really discuss at great length, is allowing for our students to have powerful discourse and powerful math identity, but in a way that is authentic to the real world. And a kid the other day said to me, well, Ms. Smith, isn't this the real world that we're sitting in right now? I said, absolutely. So what you bring to this classroom every day is the real world. And so preparing you for next steps is our job. And what this curriculum does is the beginning of every lesson really has kids grappling with something real, has them grappling with something that is core instruction, core information at their like rigorous level, right?
And then kids are talking about, well, how do we solve this problem together? And that's real world. And everything that they go and do next has to have conversation and using materials to help solve. And a question that kind of came out of this too is, you know, where you see practice happening. And I think that when you get kids really engaged in their learning, they're learning without even realizing their practice, which is fantastic. And I saw this curriculum really bring to the table as well. So competing globally is a really big deal to us. And we want to make sure that that discourse happens so that they have a math identity. And creating a math identity means that they are mathematicians, not just doing math. They are the math that we see in the real world. So I hope that answers your question.
I mean, I appreciate that answer, and it kind of like flows into our students who are not doing well in math.
Yeah.
And the students that we see historically throughout the system, since I was a student, since mom was a student, since very many generations within my own family, how are we making sure that this addresses that specific group of students who are not proficient in math and have been historically not proficient in math in our district?
I would say that a major driver in the achievement gap that we see is removing students from grade level work and giving them below grade level tasks, right? So they're not engaged in level rigor that other students have access to. And this happens most often for students with disabilities or multilingual learners, students from historic marginalized populations. And so this curriculum is really changing the way that students experience math so that they're all accessing grade level core instruction, and that it's the students that are building understanding and conversation with each other around doing the math. And so that's really going to be what makes the difference for our students, is that all of our students are part of this community of learners and engaging together at grade level versus differentiating and giving students something different that's not preparing them for the same level of rigor.
And this curriculum is like making sense, no memorization. So, and for us, that's what we need, right? So at the end, we just have to make sense of the math, why math works, and not memorize. So.
And I'm glad that you all and I'm glad that you all mentioned about how families factor in this and understanding. So you guys said like this curricula will have like videos for families to understand. So if I go to my parent teacher conference, like I'll be able to know what my kid is actually learning. And then it sounds like there might be opportunities for families to be more involved in possibly learning too, maybe about what their kid is learning. I think one of the things is that what we see with young people who don't have the best scores, or students who are not doing well as it relates to math, is that there is also a proficiency level that their families don't obtain themselves. And so I guess like what kind of supports do we kind of include to make sure that we are taking this, but then also families are also somehow integrating this as well?
So there's a family letter with every unit, and there are examples of the problems that the kids are doing. And then so that goes home, and then it has like an extended question that maybe the family can discuss together. It's just the opener for the units. And then also throughout, there is also family supports throughout too. So when a sheet of homework goes home or a practice page goes home, that practice page includes examples. And I noticed that not only does our current curriculum not have homework that you can send home, it's in a book or online, and it's like, where is it? It's hard to navigate, right? But the curriculum that we're proposing here does a really good job of online and written on paper. So maybe if online is not an access point for you, right? You could have written on paper, examples, and then kids can have those really good discussions with parents on how they're thinking. And so it's not necessarily something that is always like, you know, back in the day where it's like, do these 50 problems or do all odd, you know, right? And so we remember those days, some of us, and it's not like that anymore. It's engaging discourse for in school, but potential engaging discourse for home. And I really loved that piece of it because in our family newsletters at Whitehorse, we're constantly putting in there like, you could say this to your child or you can ask them this question, but we don't have to create all that anymore. It's part of this. So I really appreciated that. And it's going to keep us more consistent across the district too. Not just, oh, this is what Whitehorse says. This is what everybody does now, which I really appreciate.
Thank you. And then my last two questions is just the alignment with state testing. I'm not in support of testing, those kind of standardized tests, but of course we know that that is part of like our KPIs and some of the things that we are to measure in a new strategic framework. So the alignment with that, and then if any high school teachers were in the selection of this material and the connection to high school math.
I can speak to that. We had our high school teacher leader that has been part of implementation since January. And one of the things she lifted for us in the space, which was very moving for a lot of our teachers, was that students are going to high school and they're not able to do the deep thinking math because it's a complete disconnect from the current resource that we have. And when we talk about 4K-12 alignment, it's really making sure our students are prepared in K-8 to be able to be successful in high school. Where the disconnect is coming is this is the resource that is used in high school. These are the requirements of what math looks like in high school, but our procedures in K-8 are very traditional. So students are going to high school and they're not able to have those deep mathematical thinking conversations. So that's where the disconnect is coming. And so what this resource will do for us is bring it all together for students.
Okay, do you want to talk about the alignment to the standards also for forward?
Illustrative math is Common Core and it is aligned directly to Wisconsin state standards. And as what our previous resources were standards reference, this one is standards aligned. And standards reference just means that I could potentially give maybe 5 different standards attached to a lesson, and any of those could show up in the lesson. Whereas in this resource, it's standards aligned, meaning that teachers are directly teaching the standard that's supposed to support that direct Wisconsin standard, Wisconsin state standard.
Thank you. That's it for Callie.
Thank you, Board Member Pearson. You began asking questions at 6:29. It is now 6:42, and we will hear from Board Member Mosner-Theltham. I'm sorry, 7.
Thanks.
For a long time.
So I would like to know. Sorry. Thank you for all of your work and thank you to Chair Muldrow for serving on this committee as well. I would like to know more about how the professional development planning that goes into this work fits in with a broader understanding of what all professional development we're asking educators to do in our K-8 schools. In particular, what are we not doing now in the future 2 or 3 years that we have been doing? And yeah, that's my first question. How does this fit in with our larger scope of development?
I sure can. I can start and people can chime in. So obviously, based upon size of district and other things, there are other implications, right, for us to consider. Middle school is ready. Like they have been engaging for the past couple of years around like their current resource and really kind of doing a lot of supplemental work around the standards. Middle school, that's why we will be coming to you in 3 weeks with a consent memo that will talk us through multi-year contracts. but we want to ensure that we are having an opportunity with middle school teachers and leaders, actually K-8 this spring. Which means that we would hope that we can engage with middle school teachers at our roll-alike in May. So trying to like get through that, like that consent memo process puts us in an on-ramp for teachers to actually see the materials, work through the materials, unpack the materials before summer. Because we've done this in the past and they get the materials at welcome back. And when I was the principal at Orchard Ridge, my teachers were not happy with me, right? 2 full days at PD to unpack the materials when they wanted it over the summer. So what we've learned from previous implementation plans is that they need to have access to that in the spring, which means next year we're going to be doing the same. We need elementary teachers to have the access to the materials in the spring. So we're not teeing them up at welcome back and saying like, hey, you have nothing, right? Like we want you to do something different, but like we're not do any PD for you. So the idea is that in the spring, we will really lean into that for middle school. And we really want to also ensure that we're bringing along our administrators, right? Central office, as well as our school administrators. So that allows us to do that with spring. We also know that then them having those resources and materials means that welcome back looks a little bit different for them because they're actually going in to really think about that unit 1 planning, and potentially they might do that over the summer themselves, but then they can walk through that with us specifically at welcome back and be ready to go at the start of next school year. We also will then want to replicate that a year later for elementary. So I think like that is the clear process for us is like getting middle school off and then doing that for elementary. We know, and Maya, I think, mentioned it about like this next year will be year 0 for elementary schools. And so in what way are we engaging in really deep, meaningful mathematical conceptual understanding and also mindset, right? We have to acknowledge that we're not choosing a traditional mimicry curriculum. And so we know that we're going to have to be really thoughtful about the mindset work while we're doing the actual content as well. And so that work will be happening over the course of this next year then within our time. For middle school, they all get together at Roll Alike every other month, and they all come to one unified plate and do that work. And teachers in middle school only teach a couple content areas, right? So it's going to be a really great process for us to engage in with them because we actually do get them for math. Elementary is a little bit different. All of our elementary friends, they are teaching, 5 to 6 content areas as a teacher every day. So I think we're in a sweet spot for elementary that we are utilizing our literacy by literacy curriculum. We're not in a place of like, let's implement a new rollout that way. We have considerations, I think, that we need to talk about as far as other resources that we have. But right now we would be in a place to actually start with elementary next year in the PD in the spring, launch them, and then they would kick off the 27-28 school year with implementation. And then we really know at the elementary level, we really need to strongly invest in our instructional coaches because it's really tricky to get 1,900 teachers together. It's probably not that exact number, but it is really hard to do that. And so what we know is that we'll be building up instructional coach work too in this next year so that coaches alongside their principals are able to lead and continue that learning as we go. And then we'll have to we've only had a week, right, to like really process through what PD is going to look like. And we haven't been able to meet with the full task, like the task force. That's what we are hoping to do to continue this spring, to think about what does that look like at elementary specifically, and how do we get schools to cross collaborate, and what are some structures that we can implement in order to do that. Just knowing with 32 schools, it can be hard.
Sure, but valuable. Okay, I appreciate that. I think to Chair Muldrow, your question, like what will I need to be able to vote for this in a couple of weeks? The stuff that you talked about for this PD sounds really strong. I'm really curious how that fits into what else we see elementary, well, I guess middle schools needing to do around PD for next year. That question comes from my experience of being like, okay, we've got 7 PD priorities. or we have two PD priorities and a secret third and fourth PD priority that's really important that we actually don't have contracted time for on, but is essential. So that's where that question comes from. So that's something I would like to know more about. My next question is about saying goodbye to bridges. If in saying goodbye to bridges, we're losing anything, what would that, like, what does bridges have that this doesn't have that is working with the people?
I don't know. I've taught bridges.
Yeah,
And
if the answer is nothing, like, no.
so
That's
bridges, as you may or may not know, has like a million components, right? And if you want to get all of the components done in one day, that they are required to do it with fidelity, you could be teaching math for 2 hours every.
Right.
And it's really intense. And I did appreciate all the pieces of it for sure. I mean, they get kids really talking about math, which I loved. So that's where it kind of dovetails, right? Is it gets kids talking about math and in a real way, like calendar math. Talk about the calendar every single day. That's a real part of real life. And they're learning about that at the same time. Illustrative math takes those real world applications, and our elementary school teachers, I mean, they really got us on board with how much they loved illustrative math and how it really went with our vision of getting kids to understand math as a whole, discussing math as a whole, and they loved it more than bridges also. So when I speak to my experience with it, I mean, I haven't taught elementary for 7 years, but when I did teach it, it was bridges. And these elementary school teachers, they were so excited about illustrative math because it had all the components without being that overwhelming piece that bridges really did have. And it was like the teaching planning piece of it is so well laid out. And the way it is already differentiated for people with differing abilities, but also ELLs, has been a game changer for planning. So thank you for your question.
Yeah, I appreciate that context a lot. Can somebody please talk to me about, I mean, people, some of you know, every time Scott Chihat comes and says, here's where we're at with the referendum and all the building stuff, I'm like, that's so cool. Are our elementary school students learning this community-centered math right now? Given that we're preparing to adopt a wholesale a new curriculum that isn't in Madison and doesn't care about our new buildings, where would that type of community connected math show up for students? Is that something like, is that not math? Is it just circumstantially math? Do we lose all opportunities to be really grounded in what we're doing in Madison by doing this? And if that's the case, what needs to happen to make sure that math, real world math, real mathematician math, is also for students who are going to school in Madison in 2026 and 2027 and 2028. Does that make sense of the question?
Can I just repeat and make sure I understand your question? So you're asking about within the new curriculum, is there the flexibility and the spaces to also do the learning that will happen from our referenda that is like real world math community based outside of just the textbook and the
Perhaps I should have asked that. I think I made the assumption that that wouldn't be possible. Maybe I should have asked that. And I don't necessarily just mean our referendum. I also mean 4 years from now, when the city wants to like do some new water shoreline stuff.
more of the real world education opportunities. Yeah.
In our community.
Within Madison. Yeah, I'll turn it to the team to see Kay, Emily, Quinn, or anyone if there is the ability. I think the question is more about, is there the ability to really have the application component? I know the illustrative math has real world problem, how students are able to do more of the real world learning within the context of Madison with things that within localized learning. Yeah, localized.
I can try, as I was looking through some of the resources, right, there's so much to review in one, swoop, and you're looking at all of them. There was some opportunity for teacher flexibility to replace like topics or themes. So like one of the options that I saw was it was an early elementary example of graphing preferences of like swings or slides, but within the curricular resource, it said, choose something that like is like what your students would be interested in. I don't know specifically at like the broader community level, but that, I think that there would probably be.
No, that's helpful. That's really helpful and really good to hear. My next question is about how we'll continue to evaluate this resource. Is there a plan to revisit it at a certain time? Will the selection committee come back together to say, how will that happen?
I can speak. When do you wanna?
Yeah, I would say I love the idea of, we do plan to continue working with the evaluation and selection team around implementation planning, and of course, want to be responsive to things that are working well, areas where teachers are finding they might need more support with implementation. Sort of alongside just what we'll hear from our teaching staff, right? We'll also be monitoring our academic data to make sure that we are seeing the increases that we expect to see with the implementation of this resource. You know, we know it takes several years. Teachers are going to feel a heavy lift initially in implementing the new resource, but it's something that we're really committed to providing the ongoing support to make the implementation successful.
I would just say, I think it'll also show up in two other ways through MMSD Excellence Together. I mean, math is identified in focus area 1, and so I think there'll be opportunities there, and then it'll show up in SIPs eventually in some strategy and the improvement cycle of just be other ways that it'll show up for reflection.
Cool. And then my last question is about students who are currently 4th graders or 5th graders or 6th graders who will not get the benefit of a new curriculum starting in their first years in MMSD. What type of planning and thinking has your team done around that? And likewise, students who might be entering MMSD as youngsters, but who may be struggling around attendance or transferring from a school that doesn't have a good curriculum. What kind of thinking are we doing around that?
I think that's where I went back to rewatch the Council of Great City Schools conferences because we hadn't made that decision at that point in time when we had. So like over the course of this last week, I went back through to rewatch because they actually do talk about their like first year implementation and what does that mean. And they left some just some considerations, right? And then we've reviewed like there's some new reports that have just come out. And then also through the council, there's an opportunity to be able to connect with people at all of those school districts, also to engage and think about what does that look like. I was specifically thinking about your first kind of point, which is, right, if a kid is all of a sudden in 3rd grade and now they're in 4th grade with new materials, what does that look like? And in all cases, all 3 districts really talked about where's the shift for kids talking together and problem solving together, right? So like, how do we ensure that we're giving kids those experiences now? Where I would say student discourse is our biggest challenge in Madison right now. Like kids are not talking to each other about academic work. And so we know that is going to be probably the trickiest thing. And as they come in on day 1 and they have a problem to solve together, you know, kids are way more resilient than adults. They totally will jump in to solve those problems together and you start new routines. And so I think it'll be a little bit trickier probably for adults in that respect than it will be for kids because it will be about their discourse and talk together and collaboration.
When you say that student discourse is one of the biggest challenges in Madison right now, are you speaking specifically about math or are you speaking about academically more broad?
I'm speaking about literacy, biliteracy, and math specifically.
Okay, thank you. Cool. My last question actually, Chair, is for you since you served on the committee. I'm curious about your impressions and I'm especially curious about when we talk about like the K through 8 scope, I suppose. I know that you've been really talking a lot about what middle schoolers need to be able to do in learning to be able to access high level in high school. And so I'm curious if, to your estimations, this will help.
I think the short answer to that question from my perspective is yes, right? We're talking about creating a more coherent system from kindergarten through 8th grade, that is really aimed at allowing all students to have access to rigorous math curriculum. I think there's a really nuanced discussion that we need to have about the racial dynamics that inform our current outcomes as it relates to math. So one of the fun things about numbers is that, like, you can say something like 50% of our students are proficient in math. And that sounds like, whoa, this is a crisis that our whole system is experiencing. But since we all get to be exposed to that data in a disaggregated way, we know that over 70% of white students are proficient or advanced in the area of math, that the vast majority of students who are taking calculus are white students. And we know that 4% of our African-American students are proficient in the area of math. And so in order to have this conversation in a real way, we're gonna have to talk about what all we have to do to change that over the course of the next decade. My hope is, like, currently right now, there's not a single African-American girl enrolled in calculus in this district in 2026. I think it would be a real tragedy if we embrace this, invest in this, and that's true 3 years from now or next year. The fact that it's true right now is a pretty devastating reality. So I think we have a lot of work to do. I think the team came together and worked tremendously hard on this and brought real insight to how we can approach it. And I think it's part of a larger conversation. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Board Member Saravo.
Thank you, Chair Maltra. I actually appreciate that you got to be on this journey of exploring the math from the group that was brought together. I think it's shown here to be really helpful. There's a little bit more crossover of discussion and whatnot. So, man, everyone's brought up a lot of really good points. There's obviously been a lot of work going on behind the scenes. The questions that I'm thinking about is I'm wondering, what does adaptive content look like, both on our advanced learner side of things for our students, and then just the students that are kind of making their own way, or just need a very different approach if it's not the standard. Like, what does that look like?
I think it'd be helpful for Dr. Sheridan to maybe respond on the advanced learner side, and then I don't know who else is best situated to respond in terms of just the adaptability of the curriculum.
Okay, I really wasn't prepared to say anything. I'll give it a go. I think what we saw for advanced learners with this particular source is that embedded enrichment and extension daily. So like right now, there's a lot of piecemealing. We do a lot of great work as a department to bring resources to teachers. So like the supplemental material aspect, or we maybe pay for some of this stuff over here, align it to what's going on in core. This resource really has that everyday extension. The low floor, high ceiling tasks really help all kids access what's going on, but it gives the student with advanced learning needs an opportunity to really dig deeper, do more analysis, synthesis, generalization. That's what the high ceiling means. So it really gives that opportunity to go, but I don't know if that answers.
I can chime in a little bit too. I noticed in reviewing some of the materials that they're at the end of some of the lessons, especially as they matriculate into higher grade levels, they're at the end of lessons, there are often problems called like, are you ready for more? And so that's an opportunity for all students to opt in for an additional practice or problem that may be related directly to the standard being taught and practiced that day, and may be related to something previously taught that we're wanting to build fluency and efficiency with. And then in terms of working with students who have diverse needs, the principles within UBL appear throughout every lesson. And there is really a great flexible approach to support. In reviewing lessons, I could envision in my mind walking into a second grade or a first grade classroom at Franklin and being able to see all students, and I mean all students, capital ALL, all students engaged in grade level content with the needs and supports that or with the appropriate supports that they, be that some coaching or support from an additional support staff who's in there to support engagement and participation. Or it could be the teacher checking in while, small groups of students are having a discussion and trying to solve problems together, as well as some intentionality around the lesson structures. There's a lot of consistency, which I think once students understand the routines, that releases the what's coming up next and really allows them to dig deep into the content and be able to kind of soak up what it is that they're focused on.
Does this have, I'm trying to understand what is Ken said earlier, was that it does not require students to use electronic device, so in order to access it. So I'm trying to understand what does that mean when you have different types of access to the content? Maybe someone needs more tangible things like that. Obviously, they have a lot of tangible things going on. Anyways,
one of the we spoke about the lesson activity that we did the last night of the review, and even within that activity, the fourth grade model was around lines of symmetry. And thinking about that. And we were thinking about fractions, and students in pairs were asked to fold paper in certain ways. And one of the pieces of a scaffold that could be, I saw immediately, was highlighting a line of symmetry for a student to support them engaging in that activity. And I think there's a variety of we have a lot of really smart and creative special educators who are really intentional with their programming and the supports. And I think that as we kind of learn about this curriculum and support our educators with just knowing the rigor of the standards a little bit more, we'll be able to see more of those authentic supplements and scaffolds throughout our instruction.
I've been aware and I don't know who can answer this, it's so many people. Like in a middle school where you really have some of those strong math skills showing up, and you might have a variety of students working on different levels of math at one time. How is this preparing a teacher to be able to be prepared to support all of those different I don't even know how to describe that, but to have many different levels of math, how do you have a teacher who's well, if you're higher than that, or if you have more adaptable, I just want to make sure that we're going into something that's not siloing. How do you connect the things?
I can speak to that. So we don't want to silo teachers, but we also don't want to silo kids, right?
Right.
We want to give them the core. Everybody deserves the core, which is high rigorous activities full of discourse where kids are working together. Then you have this separate class called math extension in middle school. And math extension is where we take the core and we say, okay, but what scaffolds do you need personally to make yourselves successful and move forward at where you're at, okay? So maybe I saw during math class that you needed the symmetry thing. Maybe the scaffold you needed was just, how do I fold paper, right? Maybe that's the scaffold you need, so I can preempt that with you before we start folding for that day. And I can say, hey, we're gonna learn how to fold paper. Maybe we make some little origami together, right? And then I have you working independently on another task now that you know how to do that. And then like iReady is still a thing, right? So we're still working on that. And then I pull a next set of group of kids in math extension who maybe know what symmetry is. Now we can use it on a graph. And I can graph a parabola with you and show you how symmetry works in that way. So I can extend learning. I can meet you where you're at. And then also everybody deserves high quality rigorous education. And so to have that in the regular math class makes it so it's equitable for all. And I'm not saying, oh, you're not ready for this yet. Like that's not acceptable. Everybody deserves them. That makes sense?
Also just want to add, currently in preparation, our middle school teachers have been working on this model. They have they've been doing it in their extension period, but they have been working on the model of differentiation with different groups and small group instruction going on. There's a lot of preparations that we set for this year in terms of really understanding the standard, really understanding math identity. So a lot of the lifts have already been done this year in terms of professional development, but particularly a lot of our schools are focused on small group instruction, which is having different groups of students and the teacher being able to work through with all groups.
Okay. I like the idea of also like sending math home for parents to see and having the opportunity so they kind of know where their students are at. Would really like to see that happen for even learners who are working on things differently. Just for an insight on a slight personal experience is that I was sent to blank paper one time because they were working on something else. So if there's opportunities for just a reminder of like, if there's something different that's being worked on, and if it's not the core, like of like what's being worked on, like, let's make sure that we're sharing those things as well as active. Because otherwise it's very hard to understand like what's going on in a class when we're not given access to it. But I love the idea of having some sort of crossover stuff that goes home so that parents kind of know what the students are doing in school.
That is also going to be one of the tasks of the implementation team, determining what all parents, all students have access to.
Right.
And not just a student's decision, but with this resource, this is what's required to be sent home to parents.
Awesome. Cool. And like the other thing I was looking at is like the Council of Great City Schools. I love that we keep diving into that. Do you anticipate or are we gonna learn anything from any bumps in the road that they found from bringing in new curriculum? Like, is there anything that we're looking at on that we can?
They do, well, they do share, right? Like, it's not all like roses all of the time. So they 100% share like what are the bumps and what has that meant like, and what are like one of the key things we've talked about is that building administrators in central office really need to be in that initial professional development about the resource, because that was clearly identified through other school districts that they were like, it's really hard if you only expect the teachers to do it. And the people that are the leaders of the learning in their building don't have a really good grasp. And you go so much further in conversations, in feedback cycles, right? Like that teachers would have when their building principals are also very much the instructional leader in their school. So those are like conversations we'll bring forth. But they've identified a lot of bumps, right? Of that they've changed, and other ones have changed and done something different because of that. So, yeah.
I think those are the kind of things I'm wanting to kind of learn about more about. What ones do we think that we're kind of anticipating of seeing here, just depending on the size of the district too, because they're going to allocate kind of very different size districts.
We're a baby district in comparison.
Sorry, I guess I just kind of want to know like what the PD time of like learning about this too. I don't know, like we're doing the grading too. And I don't know what kind of crossover it's gonna have. Can it have some sort of crossover to middle school?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Grading, that's being That's shifting as well? Is that gonna, do we think that's a left or no? That's just in high school?
K-8, no.
Okay. I couldn't remember if it did, if it had anything prior to high school, if it was just high school at this point.
As far as I know.
It's just high school.
Okay. Cause I was thinking about the time that teachers have to kind of take stuff, and how much dedication time is being put into that. Okay. I think I would just want to know like how this aligns with the grading that we have going on, because I'm just kind of hyper aware of how grading in general, like itself, is shifting in high school, and then also asterisk grading, if we're staying with that, what does that look like? What's switching? Just thinking about what is math?
So Becky, you okay if I start?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
So in terms of, so at K-8, currently majority of the grading is based grading. So students are being assessed on mastery and more progress towards mastery of standards at elementary and at middle. Middle also has a little bit of a hybrid schedule of grading, as you know, that they grade on standards, and then we also flip it to letter grades. High school is not in that direction, so high school has been working the last few years to better understand how do I actually use my standards to drive my planning and to drive my instruction. And so high school, that's what high school has been working on. In terms of alignment for K-8, there may need to be some changes around the actual standards that teachers are assessing in the reporting cycle, but the way we grade right now will continue to stay current or stay the same. Asterisk grading in terms of modification isn't going to change based on the new material. The piece around asterisk grading is if students per their IEP team need modified curriculum, the team and the teachers will have to determine what the modified curriculum is like under new material, but it's not going to change the approach to putting on strict or if students receive modified curriculum. Because that would be the same regardless of the content area, they'll have to determine the modification for the content, but they're not going to, we're not changing the grading will stay consistent.
It sounds like everything is kind of in alignment with each other. I think the thing that what I look to when I'm thinking about that, and how is the gen ed teacher who's doing the grading, how much crossover and understanding do they have of student who is getting a grade with the asterisk there? How much crossover do they have?
Yeah, I think whether it's the math materials or it's the reading materials or it is the co-planning, the co-teaching, the co-serving concept is still happening. I think what will be a shift for teachers is what you're talking about in terms of the materials that you're using to do that, not, and maybe the approach to teaching, right? The new illustrative math really just allowing students to do the learning and talking, but the collaboration and the teaching and the co-serving, that model will stay consistent regardless of materials are being used.
I think I look to see that get stronger, I guess is what I'm trying to express.
Got it. Yeah, I think the goal of anytime you're putting teachers in the same room together to learn materials and to make sense of it is an opportunity to continue to strengthen co-planning, so.
I think that's what I highlight too. I know some of our classrooms, there's a lot of kids going on, and math is a very, you need to be in that, you need to be very focused in that space. It can be kind of hard for all the teachers in that room to really have time to interact with all the kids, but the co-planning, the co-teaching, that just to really support that and just.
I think that's why in the implementation plan, the team showed that they're really trying to think about this spring to bring all those, content experts in those roles together to do a lot of the learning before implementation happens and to do exactly that, strengthen collaboration, integration across all the roles.
Do you need any more feedback from me? Or no?
What do you need to vote?
I have one more, like a full understanding of like PD, what does that look like? And how would, when does adaptive content look like? But like the things I'm kind of talking about right now, like the core things, like those are kind of what I need more to kind of have a little bit more. Instead of seeing it in writing like this, like maybe just visually see it in just another, in a more demonstrative way. If we, I don't know how much access you guys have to things at this point or how plausible that.
Board Member Saravo, I'm wondering if this is maybe part of a conversation you want to have with the team one-on-one in terms of kind of a real sense of what the materials themselves look like, and then what modification and supplementary material looks like.
I think that makes sense because I have a lot of crossover with community members and parents and students that need a lot of the modified content. So I would just, I think I would like to just have a little bit more of a more intimate lens. Like,
Is it possible to do that in a follow-up conversation with Board Member Saravo? And then are you able to share what that looks like with the rest of the board via email?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we just have to determine with Dr. McCray to figure out a time to schedule and then who can be at the table. Some people teach, but we could figure out like our flexibility around that, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Board Member Saravo, you started at 8:02. It is now 8:20, and we will hear from Board President Nichols.
Thank you. Thank you all for all of the work done to really thoughtfully vet, screen, and research the different curricula and, you know, coming forward with a recommendation. There's been lots of good questions already, so I feel like just by listening to you all, I have a really good sense of why we're recommending this particular curriculum. So my question is at a slightly different elevation. And so I don't know if it, I don't know, I'm looking at you, Cindy, because I'm not exactly sure if everybody would feel like they can answer it, but I went back to what will be our new strategic framework. And the core, I mean, the focus area on future ready student experiences. And we do have a strategy in there around math achievement and growth. What I think, and there's some words in there, right? So I'm gonna tell you where I think I've heard a connection. I've heard you all discuss this curriculum as providing an opportunity for students to develop integrated mastery in mathematics that includes deep conceptual understanding. I hear you all talking about the discourse and it's engaging them in very different ways of thinking about math. So I feel like I hear that. We have something in our strategy around procedural fluency and the ability to apply these skills strategically. So it's that part. I'm wondering if you feel like this curriculum and the units not only deepen conceptual understanding, but provide opportunities for students to have more procedural fluency, whatever that means. Because I'm not a mathematician, okay? And the ability to apply those skills strategically. So if there's, and you may have already said some of this in your responses, but if you have a way to just illuminate that, that would be great, because I would feel like, for me, the investment in a K-8 curriculum that also helps us use it as a tool and resource in our strategies feels really important to me as we're getting ready to approve a new strategic framework.
Yeah, I will say at a very high level, the purchase implementation of this new curricula is definitely a key component of that strategy. I would say that it's not the entire strategy, but I would say it is definitely going to be a key lever to have that strategy realized. I'll let the team talk about, and maybe Becky, Quinn, I'm just looking at one of you, talk about from the just because they wrote the strategy too, from the very high level around the procedural component and then the strategic application. If you believe the materials will help meet
Yeah.
that.
So I can speak to that. The definition of rigor in math is a balance of procedural skill and fluency, conceptual understanding, and application. And so part of the ed reports rubric showed that this particular resource met that gateway at 100%, meaning those components all exist within the curricular resource.
Okay.
When we think about effective math teaching practices, it's building procedural skill and fluency from conceptual understanding. So we want students to understand sort of the why, right? And to be flexible in their thinking. And then from there, we're providing lots of practice opportunities. And in this curriculum, I would say it comes in the form of like additional practice problems. The elementary level, there are centers that students will engage in partner play to really build procedural skill and efficiency. And when we're talking about that, we're talking about math facts, but we're also talking about like being able to eventually use the standard algorithm for adding multi-digit numbers. So it goes beyond just math facts.
Right.
But the curriculum will provide opportunities for all three of those pieces.
And I know that in asking the question, I'm not saying that the purchase of the curriculum is the strategy.
Mhm.
But to me, the way I'm hearing you all talk about it, it seems like it's a pretty critical and aligned tool to help the strategy come to life.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Board President Nichols. You started at 8:01. It is now 8:25. Board Member Vandermill will hear for your second round of questions.
Yes, I'm going to start with a story. And sorry, guys, I'm long-winded, but this needs to be said. In 7th grade, I was failing science because I physically couldn't set up the lab equipment. Instead of providing me with the aid, they tried to A, shame me, then embarrass me in front of the group for how many Bunsen burners I knocked over, and then provided a aid only when we threatened lawsuit. When I got an A on the test, the teacher threw it at me. So my question is, as nicely as possible, this differentiated instruction, especially with the origami, if that was up to me, I'd be in origami for the rest of my life. I wouldn't learn anything on math. So how do we make sure they're learning the skill? How do we make sure that the kids aren't using them as a target during it because the differentiation is separate? How do we make sure that this is an actual learning opportunity, that kids aren't treated separately because they learn differently? They may understand what a parabola is and how to graph it, but if you ask them to make a paper airplane, they might be there for the next 2 years. Do we have strategies to do that?
So, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I really appreciate your question and, I think meeting kids where they're at is really an important thing, right? So, and understanding that we have very high level thinkers and there is a variety of ways to show you're a very high level thinker, right? And everybody can be a high level thinker and we just have to give the opportunities to let them show it in their way.
Exactly.
So I hear that and I'm really sorry for your experience in school. That is awful. And we want to make sure that kids have loads of opportunities to show their high level thinking in ways that are celebrated and ways that allow for kids to shine in their own ways. And I really appreciate you bringing that forward. And I think that it's not just up to a curriculum to do that. And so when we look at purchasing a curriculum, that's different than looking at how teachers teach. And I think that in every MMSD classroom, we need to have high quality educators who treat children with respect and honor and give them the opportunities that make them shine. And I think that that is a great question you asked, but I'm not sure that's a curriculum question. I feel like that's a quality of educator question. And we want to make sure we are giving opportunities for that.
See, my question is this on on why it's a curriculum question. I recall someone very bright in the community telling me if it's not in the document, it's not important. So I want to know if it's going to be in the document and how we're going to do it so that it is important.
I think the other thing I would say about why this curriculum was identified by the entire task force was the way that the lessons are flipped start with, we used to have a gradual release process that was about I do, then you do, then we do kind of concept, and this flips it on its head, and it starts it with we do it together. So everybody is able to engage in whatever that learning is through dialogue, through discourse, through application. Then it's you all go and you guys practice that to yourself. And then it's I do and I show you. So the ability to start with the learning of the collective group, I think is also something that is part of the scaffolds, both peer support as well as adult support to be able to do it all together first. And again, to the point that was made earlier, the curriculum is not going to be perfect. There are going to have to be teacher made decisions and teacher moves to adapt to the individual students in the room. But the way that the materials are designed and the lesson for everything about the we do first, then you all practice, and then I come in afterwards is a really new approach, which we think is exciting versus the old gradual release. So I just wanted to name that, Nikki, because I think that does get a little to your question about how this would support you as a learner if you were in that 7th grade classroom.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. I'm gonna add myself to the stack. How many hours a day do our elementary school students spend focused on math?
So we currently have a 75-minute math block.
75 minutes a day? That seems like a pretty significant amount of time. Is that a good chunk of time for this specific curricular experience?
It is. So for our current resource, we should have 80 minutes. So we have less than it's called for. This resource is designed for 60 minutes of daily instruction.
Okay. What are we gonna do with that extra 15 minutes?
It's a great question. I think it's something that we need to have some more discussion about to determine sort of what that time will look like.
Okay. I really hope that we're not gonna lose 15 minutes of math to this curriculum. So I hope we have a real plan for how to use that time and use it well in a way that supports our young people. Hopefully, particularly at the elementary level, in a way that is play-based, allows kids to like enjoy doing math. We're talking about a really wide range of skills here. There is a big difference between being 5 years old and learning how to count and being in 7th grade and learning the importance of decimals and fractions and variables and really that intro to algebra kids are seeing later in elementary and middle school. When we're talking about that really early initial like learning around math, numeracy, and recognizing your numbers and adding and subtracting, what are the tools that stand out to you all as giving our kids a great foundation, right? Like if I'm gonna enroll my young person in kindergarten next year, how do I know that she's gonna get math that is really meeting her where she's at, but also propelling her forward and giving her the kind of confidence she needs to be excited about math throughout her education?
I think that's a strength of resource that we're recommending is that at kindergarten and even into 1st grade, they start like that first unit before they dive into adding and subtracting. They're really building that foundational number concept by sorting with just math minutes, sorting cues, sorting pattern blocks, noticing groupings around their surroundings. So looking for birds or in groups and like making all those connections before they jump into what is 1? What's 1 plus 1? You know, so.
In those earlier years, how quickly are our students getting to multiplication and division? So and that there's another way to talk about that in early childhood, which is like counting by twos, counting by threes, counting by fives, telling time as a variation of that expression. What year is that happening for our students?
It starts early in kindergarten. They're not quite using the word multiplication, but really thinking about grouping.
Yes.
Right? So like, thinking about different ways to notice animals in our environment. Noticing like, oh, 3 birds, 4 birds, 5 birds, but then also thinking about, okay, now we can group them in different ways. So like thinking about different ways we can multiply numbers and sets. But in a context that makes sense to them. And even like going back to sorting pattern blocks, the different ways that you can group pattern blocks, cubes.
One of the things I was really impressed with for my own 4-year-old student this year was her awareness of fluid ounces. And she became aware of fluid ounces because my 4-year-old, like many 4-year-olds, believes that the world should be a tremendously fair place. And that means that everybody gets the same amount of juice in their cup when we are serving snack. Can you talk about kind of those moments in early childhood when kids are participating in other areas of learning, but math is still a factor in how we distribute resources? If everybody's getting 3 crayons to make this drawing, then where does math factor in music and in art? And where's kind of that cross categorial? How are we making sure that there's enough awareness across the board of math, that this curriculum is supporting our students in every area?
I mean, I think that math lives throughout in every space that our students navigate at school, especially thinking about the justice seekers of the world, and wanting to make sure that everybody has equal parts of something. I can think a lot about, a 1st grade classroom that comes to mind of a teacher who is always just like very justice oriented and wanting to make sure that students understand why, what fair means. And I see that as like, every student's getting 1 book or every student needs 1 pencil. And I think math shows up also within like Phi-Ed, when we're talking about different kinds of math games and how we're how students are grouped together in, count off by 5s. There's a lot of authentic opportunity for math to live in all of our spaces. And I'm excited to, continue to dig into this curricula and resource and try to figure out where those unique tie-ins are.
That's really exciting to hear. And I look forward to kind of what that looks like and how different educators approach that. And I do think that's the area in this curriculum where we're not like completely stripping folks of their original approach or their ability to meet the moment. There is space within this approach to do those things. And I think that makes it a really thrilling opportunity for us as a district. My last question, or the last thing I really want to know in order to be able to vote to approve this curriculum at the end of the month, is I guess more of a conversation about what it means to be advanced in the area of math. And we have historically offered opportunities in math that are strength-based. There's no job that does not require math, if for no other reason than you need to be able to calculate your wage, right? You need to not be, I think we are all seeing how those conversations are relevant, right? But there are careers where if you have not taken calculus, you are not qualified to work in that field. So things like engineering or being a physician or accounting. And I think like we have gate kept opportunities for strength-based learning experiences for many of our students based on race, based on gender, based on disability. I think to some extent based on poverty or even, the math experiences of a child's parents being a primary indicator of whether or not a child will get an opportunity in the area that is strength-based. Talk to me about how we will recognize the strengths of all students in math using this curriculum and what that means for our students being able to access opportunities in the area long term. Right now, we have about 500 students who are taking calculus across this district. Like I said earlier, none of them are African American girls. How is the work we're doing tonight going to change that?
Can I just start?
Yeah.
So I love this. The conversation really in our department especially has been shifting. Advanced in math culturally in Wisconsin and across the United States has really like been speed and arithmetic. And Carrie Ortega always says, no boss in the real world is gonna be like, here's a worksheet, do this and I'll pay you. They're gonna be like, here's the issue we're having in our company, problem solve. And I think this curriculum is gonna help us continue shifting that conversation. Cause it's really about how the kids are approaching a problem, how they're explaining their strategic, the way they figured out how to do it, their strategy, how to attend to precision, how to collaborate with other people. And so really emphasizing the strength in math, speed does not equal advance in math. Arithmetic, that's all great, but it's bigger than that. It's so much bigger than when you talk about concept and application, as well as procedures. So, and I also really appreciate that the extension and enrichment embedded within and available for teachers isn't about doing more problems or bigger numbers, but about really just taking that thinking to a different level. So I think that starts to answer your question. I don't think that answers your question fully.
I think it does answer my question to a certain extent, and what I will name is what I would like to see, which is what I would like to see is when kids love math and they're excited about math, they get real substantive encouragement in the area of math. When kids are really engaged in class, but maybe don't perform as well on the test as they do the assignment, I want us to look at that really differently, and I want us to make space to think about that differently. I think we owe it to ourselves and to our children to take into consideration our bias. And the system that we have currently created reinforces bias. It's hard to believe that this is an accurate depiction of which students can do what. In my opinion, it is a depiction of which students are encouraged and which students are discouraged to the point of giving up. And that is something that is going to take a lot more than a curriculum to solve. So I say that with love. I'm in this work with you. I want us to be highly successful in doing this. I really appreciate all the thought that went into bringing us this option. And I look forward to voting in favor of it.
One thing I want to just add to support something that you just asked is, what about this resource is where my deficit was in math. I'm a MMT graduate as well. Where my deficit was understanding the language. So one of the biggest gaps as an African-American woman in this district was I didn't understand what my teacher was saying, because I don't think the previous resources, and I'm like 30 years down the line, right? But what the issue was, the resources didn't properly prepare everybody to understand what the teacher was saying. One of the things that I do see in this resource is vocabulary. Math is a language. And if we don't get a resource that teaches the language, that is why the gaps become bigger. It took me getting to college before my professor realized was like, I was just not understanding the language. And that's why I wasn't in advanced courses. This resource does a great job of building math language. It allows students to speak the language. It connects diagrams to vocabulary, to the definition, and then back to the diagram, and then back to the definition, and then students are speaking to that. And that all happens within the first lesson that is being rolled out. So once that is built, when you go in classrooms and you hear students talking the math language, that's where the encouragement comes to dig further into the math. And just wanted to lift up that this resource really does support students understanding the math language. And speaking for myself, that was my biggest gap. I just didn't understand what my teachers were saying when they said like, the function is a relationship between domain and range, right? When it's like really just saying that the equation is the ordered pairs of X and Y. But I understood that language, but I didn't understand that actual language because that's what was not being taught. And this resource really makes sure that our students are understanding the language. And that's like the first step. So now they can have those conversations because the language is built.
Right, and I think it's also a math problem to talk about, like, what is the difference between not having the majority of African American students be proficient? When I was a kid, right, like 30 years ago, when African American students made up about 6% of the population versus African American students being one of the faster growing populations and making up 20% of the population. So if we're still doing the things that we were doing 30 years ago with a specific population of students, the consequences are that much more obvious because of the size of the population in our district. This is a really like important and powerful conversation. Is there anything else folks want to speak to before we move on to our last discussion of the night?
I just want to say something, like thinking about the DLI program, all the material is translated in Spanish. So we don't have to teach with an English guide and translate in our brains what to say in Spanish. And not just that, my Spanish is from Puerto Rico. I know that someone that is teaching in the other grade level that speak Spanish from Mexico, we are going to use a common language, and that will be the language that our students are going to keep using ahead of their school year. So, and to me, that's very important.
Thank you so much for bringing that into the space. All right, I started at 8:34. It is now 8:44. To our last topic. Thank you all so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll set transit. At the Lilies. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Board members, do folks need a policy? Policy? Huh?
I'm sorry.
Right, thank you.
I'm going over there. I was.
It's fine.
Lily Patrick already?
Yep. But.
Mia.
Yep.
I use every minute of time.
Oh, girl.
We need a few minutes.
Pass the bowl down.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna turn it over to you, Dr. McCray.
You kicking us off?
Sure. Okay, let's get started. Today we are having our second read for policy 4510, the anti-bullying policy.
I'm opening.
And what you will see in the materials for today is a presentation that will include information of our changes from our first read to now. And I will go ahead and pass it over. Pass over to Lily to begin. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Good evening. So just to, I know we were just here a few weeks ago, but I wanted to, oh, I don't know if I should wait for the slides.
Okay, I was just.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should.
Want me to pull them up or not?
Yes, sorry, not to rush things.
Oh, you're.
Okay, thank you. You can move to the next slide, please. All right. So I wanted to just present a quick summary of what we discussed at our January 15th presentation, including some of the sort of rationale and thought behind the updates to policy 4510, our anti-bullying. The changes were really grounded, beneath a rationale for providing clear investigative processes and role delineation within the bullying investigations to ensure that school staff had clear guidelines of how to proceed when a bullying report is made, as well as and that obviously is to support school staff, but of course also families and students. And then sort of the second larger goal around the proposed revisions is to provide more transparent understanding of the supports and resources that are available to impacted students. And by referring to impacted students, I'm referring not only to students who may be targets of bullying behavior, but also students who may be engaging in bullying behavior. And so to that end, the specific changes that were proposed and provided to the board on January 15th were included updated definitions of bullying, especially in the area of social media and technology use, just kind of ensuring that our definitions and how we apply those definitions is current to what we're seeing in our schools. And then a significant reorganization of many and most of the sections that exist within the current policy, again, to support that clear understanding of those processes and supports that exist. And I think I mentioned this during the January 15th presentation, that when you look at the red line of 4510, there are a number of things that are sort of struck out, but that's not to say that all of that language is removed, just that that's sort of reorganized within the policy. And then the last sort of change that was made was the addition of an appeal of findings section, which does not currently exist in 4510, and that the language within that appeal of findings sort of closely mirrors the appeal rights that exist within the behavior education plan. So understanding that obviously they're two distinct policies, but just to, again, ensure a sort of transparent understanding for our families of how they can sort of move forward with accessing their rights if they are displeased with the outcome of a bullying investigation. Next slide, please. And then we wanted to include a slide that sort of encompasses the Welcoming Schools partnership and collaboration that MMSD currently engages in. And this is in large part as a result of board member Saravo's feedback last time in asking for some information around the sort of proactive strategies and supports that we're offering to schools. And just to sort of note that Welcoming Schools is a partnership that focuses specifically on bias-based bullying prevention. And it is a professional development training for our school staff, both in how to support students and also just to provide that necessary professional development and training for staff in recognizing and supporting students when that behavior might arise. Next slide, please. And to that end, there were a few revisions from our January 15th policy after the first read that I added in. And I tried to sort of, what you'll see in the paragraphs for each of the bullet is where that language change exists or sits, just to hopefully make it a little bit easier to find. So the first revision from January 15th to today was in the addition of language to clarify that the family of the targeted student or students maintains the right to receive a copy of the initial bullying report. And that came through discussion with, I believe, board member Pearson, who had noted that obviously we know that the individual who is reporting bullying behavior is not always the target student's family. And so just ensuring that we're, again, just being really clear about what the target student's family has the right to receive in terms of documentation. And so you'll see that on page 3 of the of Petra's policy for the non-red line version. The clean version, yes. Paragraph 2B under the heading conducting bullying investigations. And then the second revision that was made and it's sort of in line with revision number 1 is again to support sort of clear understanding of what families have the right to receive in terms of documentation at the conclusion of a bullying investigation. And so there was a slight adjustment of language to hopefully ensure that there's sort of clear understanding of what families may receive. And that is in the on page 4, paragraph 3, under the confidentiality of reports and identities section.
Somebody left it.
Emily was looking for hers.
She's paying for a watch.
And again, just to note that obviously those changes were made both as a result of direct board feedback from January 15th, and then to provide that further clarification and need for transparency, so that all involved stakeholders have kind of a clear understanding of both their rights and the processes that we are operating under.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for folks for questions, comments, and thoughts. Martha? Raise your hand.
I'll start off. I appreciate you including that one section that shows what's out there and what we're doing to promote exactly what it is. And for that first part in here too, talks that students must be supported and encouraged to report harassment. It's as peers or bullied. I like that, and it's very close to the beginning.
Right.
Yeah, like, yeah, no, I like proactive strategies that go to this. And I think the other thing I was thinking of is like when I visit a school, the amount of positivity and the idea of unity, you know, and doing things that are really on the side of like being together. There's such a strong projection of that in elementary schools. Sometimes you don't see that translate all the way up to high schools, but it's also like it's more professional, but also like the walls are bare and it's to a certain degree. But that's I don't know why that is, but I also don't know necessarily if anything would necessarily change like behavior, you know, like student behavior. But I just think it's helpful when students are walking past things that are just reminding them of being in a mindset that brings them together than opportunities to be opposite.
I remember, I think that's a good reminder of what is effective for our youngest scholars actually matriculates into the needs for our middle and high school scholars.
Thank you.
Okay, I see Nikki's hand. Go ahead.
Yes, I think the language changes are good. I think you listened to our feedback. I appreciate that. The only thing I would add, and I've thought this for a while, but it may be controversial, that students who capture their bully on a cell phone for their own protection, I don't think should be punished for misuse or videotaping of a fight. And the reason I say that is because sometimes it's the only defense that they have to prove that it happened. And to me, I think that's important to have. I'm expecting that this will be controversial. I understand that. But I'm just saying, as someone who's been there quite a bit, I would have killed for a way to show my parents what was going on. It would have been a lot safer and a lot less stressful. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki, for your comments. Any other board members? Questions, comments, thoughts, changes, additions? Martha.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I lost my train of thought for a second. And I did catch everything. Can we just repeat what?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I can repeat what I said. And what I said was, I know this may be controversial, but I want that a student who captures their bullying on a cell phone isn't going to be punished for videotaping a fight because they are using it for their own defense to prove that it happened.
So the person utilizing it.
Yes.
So
I assume
that it's happening against.
Correct.
The way I understood Board Member Vandermeulen is that essentially like to capture the evidence of what they are
Correct.
experiencing.
Correct. Absolutely, because that's how a lot of times that's how you prove that something happened unless you have physical injury. And people need to know that this continues. Just because it doesn't leave a mark doesn't mean it's not there.
Nikki, you're not in a space, but what I said is I think that might pose some issues with underneath the new act, especially when, if students should not have phones out during instructional time anyway. And so depending on what policy comes out through that, that might pose an additional problem, which would make it harder.
I would say that it should be in
I'm
the
sorry, Board Member Vandermillen, can I ask a clarifying question?
Please.
Are you asking for us to put something in this policy about what you
Yes.
just said?
Yes.
What is the addition you want to make to the policy?
The addition is that you should not, that if you are taping it for your own evidence and your own protection, you should not face a behavior education plan violation because you are doing it in a manner to get the evidence for your own safety.
And I guess I would maybe just add that obviously, every behavior event, whether it's bullying
Right.
or otherwise, right, does require under both the behavior education plan and our practices that that school staff engage in an investigation of what occurred, including necessarily that that any student who is potentially thought to be subject to any responses under the behavior education plan must be given the opportunity to give their version of events and sort of the context of what, their side of the story, essentially.
Not every student can talk either. I'm talking about those who are nonverbal, those who are the most vulnerable, who can't always say what happened.
And I would say, obviously, to the extent that students experience challenges with communicating, or even just, and that can come in a variety of ways. Sometimes that's developmental, sometimes that may be related to a disability need. That obviously many times the way that staff will engage in that due process interview is through a family member who obviously, has a vested interest, but also is often able to advocate for the student or what they might experience. And what I would say is that during that investigation, to the extent that a student is capturing evidence that, discloses that they are the target of bullying or that they were subject to behavior, that is sort of captured on video. I think that's already sort of like encompassed within our practices that we're required to kind of get all of that context and then make the appropriate decision about next steps.
I'm gonna give some pushback on that. And the reason I say that is it took months for me even advocating and telling my parents on a daily basis what was going on. And it took a formal restraining order before the school took action.
Board Member
And
Vandermillen, can I ask another question?
you may.
Have you been able to talk about this in policy committee meetings, or was this something that came up?
This just got, when I was reading just now, literally just now, when Martha was saying certain things about reporting, and then I was thinking, it just triggered it and it reminded me, and my brain just thought, it's worth a shot. I just thought of it. And since it's a second read, I thought if it's possible, great. If it's not possible, then that's fine too. But I just wanted it to be stated for that.
Board Member Vandermillen, are you open to us hearing from other board members and seeing
Absolutely.
a shared interest around what you're talking about?
Please.
Okay. Thank you.
I do see Savian's hand first, and then we'll go back around. We can talk about that possible addition. And I think you also had something to say in reference to that. So go ahead, Savian.
Thank you. I have more of just a comment, and I think we will probably touch on this when we discuss the cell phone ban, but ensuring that we're embedding in our curriculum and our touch points with guidance counselors the full implications of our behavior on social media and the harm it can cause others and potentially yourself in a school discipline matter and even a legal matter too, and just the full implications of one's behavior on social media, the effect it can have on others, and the effect it can have on yourself. Even though you're behind a screen, it has real world implications for yourself and others. So I'd be interested as this progresses and our cell phone ban progresses, how we embed this in our instruction too, particularly maybe our own social and emotional learning programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabian.
I actually did have a separate thing besides.
Okay.
I was wanting to hear.
Go ahead.
Uh,
Before we go into
have clarity.
about Nikki's point, yep.
I was wondering, do we feel that the behavior education plan accounts for, there's the references where it says if there's more than one student, a lot of times there's someone who's possibly leading the charge, as it were. Does the behavior education plan account for if there's a group and there's one that's particularly not influencing the others in?
I think that one thing I would just note is that when we talk about bullying behaviors are often accompanied by other behaviors that we would code through the behavior education plan. So if a scholar were intentionally filming a fight for the purpose of exacerbating conflict, that's something that we would get down to when we do our investigation and looking at the intent to cause harm, the power dynamics that exist, and intent, harm, power dynamics.
Yes.
And so each of those things, so if you think about Board Member Vandermeulen's question related to a scholar who is filming that for their own protection, we would take that contextually in our investigation and really handle that with care and thoughtfulness so that that doesn't penalize a student. Now, if they made a choice to post it on social media or share beyond the grownups that are here to support them and help them problem solve, that might be a different story. But generally speaking, the way that our schools do their investigations really thinks about all of those dynamics, including the power dynamic that exists when bullying behavior occurs.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, Sabian, your hand is still up, but I just want to let you know that. Going back to Nikki's proposal, in terms of adding language around filming bullying for the sake of self-protection. I guess, how do board members feel about that? And then also, Nikki, where would you think it would be best placed if we were to do it?
The part where I think it would be best placed is under under anything with behavioral consequences. I think that's where it would fit the best, but it's up to you, honestly. But I think that explaining the consequences of the action, or I could see it there. I could also see it in the defining of terms, either of which or both.
Okay.
Vice President or Pearson, if I could offer,
Go ahead.
I think we should be a little bit thoughtful around this. I can think of areas where by change of policy, we might encourage the use of electronic devices to record and capture information.
Mhm.
And there's several places in schools where that wouldn't be allowed.
Mhm.
By state law too. I'm thinking of bathrooms, locker rooms, places like that. And I'm not saying that Board Member Vandermeulen is saying that should be permissible. I just think that anytime we change policy,
Mhm.
we have to be careful about what it might also entail.
Allow us. Thank you. Go ahead, Ali.
Yeah, so far I've heard from one board member that they're interested in this, and so I don't really think we have the ability as a board right now, unless somebody else is expressing, like the majority of the board is expressing that this is an addition they want. I personally don't think this makes sense in this policy. I think it's a more relevant exemption to a cell phone policy.
Thank you, Ali. Other board member thoughts?
I can try.
Go ahead, Martha.
I honestly agree with Board Member Muldrow. I understand Board Member Vandermeulen, why you're bringing this up and in the context of it. Just don't see the fit being here. Like it's relevant and really important to notate about when, where, why. I just don't see the fit here, but I see it as something to be like where. Or is it covered? Is it somewhere? Is my other question, just because I don't know all of the different things that we have.
I think theoretically it could be encompass both from like a professional development and practice standpoint. And then I think potentially as we sort of collectively move forward with drafting a, you know, cell phone policy sort of in line with the, I say we, the royal we, in line with the new legislation, that might be a good way to sort of delineate kind of how behaviors involving cell phone use might be approached, if that feels like the right fit.
And again, we can always come back to any of our policies at any point if we feel the need to, if there are adjustments that happen. Blair, are you seeing any interests or you're just,
No.
Okay. Michelle?
Not at this time, although I appreciate the board comments about where it might better be named somewhere, but when I go through this policy, it's very much about defining bullying, how you can report it, how it will be investigated, and then some of the responses to it. So.
Thanks. Savian?
Thanks. I've expressed my comments for the.
Okay, great, thank you. And yeah, I'm not, thank you, Nikki, for elevating that, because I do think that there is some validity in your concerns. But at this time, I also don't think that it necessarily fits into this policy per se. Maybe that's a conversation that we can bring back later, maybe the VP conversation of that nature. So any other thoughts, comments, changes that folks are wanting? Okay, so hearing none means that the next steps are, because there were no changes tonight, we will bring it to the full board meeting at the end of the month, for a final vote. And then we would make the appropriate changes and updates on the website, including adding it to board docs.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it for policy.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, y'all.